And we are live. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm so looking forward to today's reading sprints. As you can see, I'm still on my mobile because my laptop decided to that it needs to restart right now, and it's still restarting. So,
oh no!
I'll be sitting here on my mobile until that is done. But yeah, so for everyone who is here for the first time, let me just quickly repeat what we're doing so nobody's surprised. So in a little bit, we are, we're going to be reading for a while, but on my mobile, I don't know how to put a timer up, so I'll have to figure that out. We might have to do the first one without a timer, unless one of the lovely co-hosts can provide a timer. But basically, what we're doing is we're going to be reading for a while on mute. Everybody's reading their own book, and once we're back, we're just going to chat about everything and anything. And we're going to repeat that until we are tired and falling asleep. So,
Basically.
That's the plan.
that's the plan. So why don't we go around and introduce ourselves real quick? Steph, do you want to start, and then let's just go this way?
Sure. Hi guys, my name's Steph from the channel Coffee Over Apples. I kind of combine ArtTube and BookTube. I host a sci-fi book club as well as a manga book club. Read everything and just make it artsy. So that's me, and I'll pass it down to Anna.
Thank you, Steph. I'm Anna. My channel is The Book Dreamers Holly. And, well, today I didn't say, today I'm going to be finishing Docile. I'll have 50 pages to go. By MK, I'm going to try to say that name. Spara? I don't know, it sounds like Polish, the last name, but so it's hard for me to pronounce. And then once I finish those 50 pages, I will get to a book on Kindle kindly given to me by the author. That's a fantasy, I believe it's a sapphic fantasy, called Lying with Lions by Annabelle Fielding.
Nice.
Hi everyone, I'm Mo from Paperback Mo. I'm going to be reading Boy in a White Room by Carl Olsberg. I think it's a translated fiction, but I don't know what language it's translated from. I think it's kind of like a middle grade, like in between middle grade and like YA. It's probably the younger end of YA. I don't really read that much translated fiction. This is probably my second one, unless I've been reading stuff and I didn't know it was translated. But yeah, excited. I've just started it, so I'm kind of intrigued to see where it's going.
Steph, did you mention what you're reading today?
I did not. I'm currently reading How to Be an Anti-Racist, and I just got the audiobook today, so I'm probably going to switch over to the audiobook for this so I can work on my laptop at the same time.
That sounds good. I just finished York, which is so good. It's so much better than I thought it would be. About two Korean American sisters. One, well, they were really tight once, but they're kind of very different and are in, well, you can say competition, but they are not speaking, and they're fighting as sisters do. And one of them gets cancer, and they have to rebond through this. And we get to hear that actually the sister who is taking care of the one with cancer might have more problems than the other one. So there was a lot of really good things that I could connect to, and I really enjoyed that the author put some trigger warnings in the beginning for disordered eating, dysmorphia, and bulimia, which was really good for me. No, because it doesn't say that on the blurb on the back, and it was really good for me to know that before going into the book, so it didn't take me by surprise. So yeah, but it was really, really good. I just finished that like half an hour ago, so I'm still a little bit hungover. I do want to go into the Playmaker project, but I might also read the where did I put it? I can't remember the name. The data to the universe. The purpose guided universe. That's it. There we have it. That's a benefit of being on mobile. So the purpose guided universe. I have to read like 50 pages today to do my quota. I wanted to spread this across the whole month because it's so sciencey. So I can actually really digest it. So yeah, let's see what I'm gonna do. Okay, now my laptop is black. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? I don't know. Hi Najma, hi Najat, hi Tammy. Mo was here ready. Everybody waiting already. Saying hi. Hi, book teams. Why on mobile today? As I mentioned in the very beginning, my laptop decided that it needs a restart right now, probably updating and stuff like that. So I'm hoping I can switch to my laptop soon.
Helen!
Alan.
She's the cutest human being.
I'm reading Evil Thing, which is a Cruella de Vil retelling. I'm liking it.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It's cool.
How are you liking it, Helen? Is it something that I should read? I'm reading The Beast Within, which is a Beauty and the Beast story by Serena Valentino. Reading something we just hauled. I'm yeah. Me too.
I mean, technically same. I literally just got this yesterday, so hey, good for us.
Yeah.
Every book that we read that we just hauled is a book that we don't read that we hauled years ago. Just saying. Reading This Golden Flame by Emily Victoria. I feel like this should mean something to me, but I'm not sure. Anybody know what it is?
I've not heard of that, no.
Okay.
No.
Purple Rain Hearts, tell us about it. What is it about? Is it something that we should read? Currently reading The Beauty of Your Face by Sahar Mustafa. Ooh, I think I've heard about that one.
I read that one a few weeks ago. It's got. Let me know what you think of that one because I felt lots of things with that one.
Good and bad and both?
Both, yeah. Very interesting. I don't want to say too much, but yeah.
Do you talk about it in a video?
Yeah, I do it in. I think in my before I started fasting, I read, or while I was fasting, I was reading this one. So probably for the Ramadan readathon.
Oh,
yeah.
So if you want to know more about it, check out that video. Link of Mo's channel in the description. Hi, Jocelyn.
Hey. Oh, hey.
Hi.
Lois. I'm vlogging to this. To what? To.
Are we in the video? Is it?
Awesome. Hi, Tammy. I hear another sound when you talk. Do you? Am I like recording?
Not now, but when you started talking, there was like
okay. So it's better now. Okay. Well, updates are 90% done, so there's light at the end of the tunnel. Hi, John. So good to see you.
John, great to see you here.
10 a.m. That is commitment.
Yeah.
Unless you are awake already.
John always is like on BookTube all day long. It feels like. Never sleeps. I don't know how you do it. I'm not sure if John is human.
Are you a robot, John?
potentially. I'm searching for job posts to apply to later. Well, fingers
Good luck.
crossed. I hope you find something great. Did anybody put? Yeah. Okay, no. I'm still figuring this tool out on mobile. Sorry for being a little bit weird. Shall we get into some reading? I don't even have time because I have my mobile.
I can't share my screen because I'm actually going to be working on my computer. I don't think I could do both, right?
Nashma's here.
Oh, John says I run on coffee. Me too. I'm drinking right now. I just woke up from a nap.
I want to eat your pancreas, but I heard of the manga.
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
But yeah, because not a Hannibal Lecter.
No.
No, it's did anybody read it? Because I did, and
I didn't.
Heard it was amazing.
It's one of those that will make you cry.
Whoa.
Oh.
I want to read it so badly.
If I remember it correctly, the wording of saying I want to eat yada yada stands for I want to eat is something like I want to make you better. It's like if you have a headache, you could say something like I want to eat your brain, in terms of so that it makes you better, kind of. I think it's explained somewhere, and I'm the worst person at explaining it. But pretty much, if you know that, you know by the title that this person has an issue with their pancreas, and that the person's perspective that this is from wishes that they could do something about it. And I mean, honestly, if you don't know by this alone that this is going to make you cry, I don't know what else I need to tell you.
I heard about it from Becca and the Books. She talked about it in her channel. And she said she was expecting something completely different. Somehow she was not that much into how the human relationship worked.
Okay.
But that's... I mean, I know what it's about. I know what's wrong, but that's all I know.
Yeah, it's too long for me. It's too long ago for me to remember it well enough to comment on Becca's comment. So I don't know. I don't remember the relationship at all. It's one of those, like, I read it such a long time ago that I have completely... It's not in my brain anymore. My computer is starting to be up and running again, so I'm trying to switch to not mobile. I'll just log out here so I don't echo in here when I join. So I'll be back in a moment if I figure out how to log out of this.
Okay.
I love your armchair, Mo. I'm dying for one of those, but in here, armchairs have an issue, and is that okay? There are three things I need in an armchair. Ears.
For your head to be comfortable.
Yeah.
A tall bag so I can just put my head on it, and proper umbrellas like the ones you have.
Yeah, I mean, this one's pretty good. Like, the only thing for your head, like, you got to get all cozy and sit like this. So it's nice in the winter. And right now I'm kind of just like, spread out.
But how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay, so you're taller than me. My head should be...
But yeah, it definitely would. I mean,
exactly.
these guys, you can get these from IKEA. Shout out to IKEA. If you're listening, IKEA, feel free to sponsor any of my videos. Yeah, these are from IKEA. It's a pretty good price, and they come in different colors as well. So yeah.
Oh, the IKEA ones are super comfortable.
Shame I don't have IKEA here.
Oh.
Yeah, the chair I'm on is not that comfortable. I think I need to get on your level, Mo.
I just got this one for the looks, and it's pretty comfortable too. So I'm I'm lucky.
Yeah. Maybe
Um,
when I get to Germany, I get one of those.
Jocelyn read it recently. I want to eat your pancreas. Okay, liked it. So maybe Jocelyn can comment on the relationship part. This is the light novel. Okay, glad to hear that. Is that from IKEA? Mo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
I have
yes, there you go. I actually saw it in Steph's latest vlog, and I was like, I've got that chair.
It's quite, I think it's a very popular chair. I mean, it's so super comfortable. I'm not surprised that it's popular.
Yeah.
I'm lying in my bed under my blanket and that sounds amazing too. Although under the blanket would be a little bit too hot for me right now, but bed sounds cozy. I've been hiking yesterday, and today I got up and I was like, "Ooh, I feel like my muscles are sore. What can I do? Maybe I should go on another hike." Not a good idea. Like I am in so much pain right now. But it was awesome.
Maybe you forget about the pain while reading.
Yeah, I was reading out, like it was the perfect reading weather too. I was sitting in different places and just reading, and I filmed my first. I do these like 1 hour long music videos where you can read with me and just listen to like indie music. And I wanted to start doing these outside because that's like the ultimate goal when I'm traveling. Because I just think it's one of these things where I can put all the travel footage from like my hikes and stuff and just the wonderful places into. And so I was like, yeah, let's just try that out today. And I got a lot of really good footage. So I'm really looking forward to putting that together. Step is 582. Jocelyn wants to get back into my bed. um, just talking to you all. What about you, Steph? All right. Okay. So let's get reading. Stop chatting. I'm on my laptop, so no excuses. Mo graciously put up a 30-minute timer. I'm going to be able to put up one for the next round, but I'm happy to use Mo's for now, so I don't have to figure that out now. Are we good to go?
We are.
All righty. Then let's get reading. See you in 30. Happy reading, everyone.
Okay, reading.
Welcome back. How did everyone do?
I've read, I don't know. I read, okay, let me verify, 415, 35, 25 pages.
Okay, good. Steph, what's that
Very
counting
close
to?
to the end.
I want to say 5% of the audiobook. I think. I forgot to count where I started.
That's fine. I'm not totally excited to get to the end. How much more do you have to finish?
Docile?
Mm-hmm.
35 pages.
Oh, not bad. You're going to finish soon.
Nice. Yeah. What about you, Mo?
I read about 16 pages. It's funny because basically it's about a boy in a white room.
You don't say.
But he wakes up, he hasn't got any memory of anything. And basically there's no windows or no doors, and he doesn't know how he got there. And I thought that was going to be the whole story. But in the first like 2 or 3 chapters, you find out like why he's there. And you find out exactly like what's going on, sort of thing. So now I'm just really interested to find out what's going to happen for the rest of these pages, because they've kind of just given it all away. So yeah.
I know that feeling when you're like, okay, I expected this to be the end. Like, what do you do for the rest of these pages?
Yeah.
This can be really good, but it can also be really bad. So fingers crossed, good. Well, let me know if it's a book that I need to read after you're done. So I'm kind of intrigued, but I kind of need to know what you think first. Yeah, I read 10 pages. I got a little distracted, but also I just read this so much slower because I'm not a physicist. I have a brief understanding of some physics, but when it comes to like quantum physics, I'm out. Not because it's something that is too complicated for my mind, but something that I never was interested in even attempting to understand. So this is my first time trying to understand some of it. And things like the Schrödinger's cat experiment and all of these things still make a lot of sense to me. But in this chapter, this is the second chapter, we then come to Wheeler's delayed choice experiment. And I just have so much trouble understanding this experiment and the backward in time causation process. And I do understand like the Schrödinger's, it exists and it does and it doesn't exist at the same time until we make the measurement. But this, like the backward in time causation, I think I would probably understand it if I would have an understanding about photons and how photons react. And like this experiment is telling things like the chooser tells the photon this, which means that the photon had better get into the proper configuration. I'm like, what? How? What?
Maybe find a nice video about how photons work, and then get back to the book.
I'm going to try and find a nice video of Wheeler's delayed choice experiment for dummies.
This is way too heavy for a Sunday evening, Cece. Why are you doing this to yourself?
I didn't read it on Saturday morning, so it's going to be Sunday evening. I spread it out throughout the whole month, and I need to read 50 pages by the end of the weekend to stay on track. And I don't think that I need to like really understand the physics to a detail, because it's just about how I think that the theories and the kind of thinking is important to then relate that with theology, and that's where it gets really interesting. Like this is the way that this was pitched. It's just very intriguing, and I want to understand it. But so far, I was like, no, I'm not on board. The first chapters, I was like, no, you're still not making sense, and not because I don't understand it, but because I don't agree. So it's like you need to do better than that to tell me how science proves that the world has intelligent design. Do better. But we have a couple of more chapters to go, so it's very interesting, and I like to be challenged too, so it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Who is the writing? How is the writing? Is that actually what I want to ask? Like, is it dry? Are they trying to make it a bit more lighthearted? Is it just like straightforward?
It is not dry at all, and it's held like it's very short, and you can tell that this book is not written for physicists.
Mm-hmm.
So even though some of the examples and I think that explaining quantum physics to people who are not physicists is a big challenge, and dumbing it down so that you can understand it without previous knowledge is probably not always possible, because it's the way of thinking gets a little bit more abstract. It's not just explaining like this is an experiment and this is what happens. It's more of a completely change your way of thinking, and that is something that is very hard to, if you like, to explain. The writing is quite I want to say approachable. It's easy to digest, but then if you have no previous knowledge of some of these areas in physics, it might take you a little bit longer to really wrap your head around what is actually happening. But it's not hard to read. So I think that in the video where it was recommended, he also said something around not being a scientist and still finding it easy to digest. So yeah, it's an interesting concept.
There's
So
some saying, I don't remember who said it, but that saying that goes, if your brain doesn't hurt when you're trying to understand quantum physics, then you're not doing it right. So
right.
I think you're on
Yeah.
the right track,
You can feel good now, Cici.
Yeah, no, I get that, because it's just it just flips the way of thinking on your head in a way, and that I like that. So I think that I'm quite open to that kind of thing, but then it's the back knowledge that I'm lacking to understand the experiments. So yeah, but anyways, I think the clip where it's recommended is in my Spike book tag. So if you haven't watched it yet, go watch it. Where were we with the comments? It's nearly 5:20 a.m. I have to get up early. Okay, that's fair. Just checked the first line in the novel. It's gonna hurt, and that was about the I want to eat your pancreas.
Oh, I wondered.
Jocelyn asking if John has slept at all. And I wanted to hear the first sentence, because if you don't know, I love first sentences. And the first sentence of I Want to Eat Your Pancreas is, the day of Yamaguchi Sakura's funeral is dreary and cloudy, entirely at odds with the girl my classmate has been.
That's sad.
Again, if that doesn't tell you that it's going to make you cry, what are you even doing? Najma loves first sentences too. Yes, happy not. Well, yeah, not that book. Hi, Jessa. Glad you're here. Hi, Libby. Coming over from other springs. Love that. What are you two reading? Read 29 pages. 20 pages. You're all doing great. Great. 20 pages. Hi, Rudy. Good. You're good. 13 pages between like all the tiers.
Wow.
I don't. 33 pages, Nikki. You're doing amazing. Hi, Erica. Glad you're joining us. For a second, the beginning of it sounds like the beginning of Saw. Okay.
But it's yeah, but it's not a horror. Definitely not a horror.
How would you classify it?
Probably sci-fi thriller-ish, sort of. But yeah, but you can tell that it is very aimed for younger readers. Not like 8-year-olds or anything, but not for adults, is what I'm saying.
Did you notice how you said sci-fi and there were at least two people on here? Ooh!
Yeah, then I have to be like,
you could really see us leaning in. Like, ooh, that's sci-fi. Yeah, we love a good sci-fi. Hi, Kirsten. Here. What are you reading? I read a simple book about quantum theory. I read a simple book about quantum theory. It's called Quantum Theory Cannot Hurt You. Well, can it though? According to Steph, if it doesn't hurt your brain, you're not doing it right. I fell asleep and read nothing. Well, it's 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a good night, everyone. Please stay safe. Love you, John. Yes.
Ooh, I want to do that so bad.
We'll actually finish it one day. I just read the first one and I've been postponing the second, and I love it.
It's so good. So good. Loved it. I'm wondering, Rudy, though, which one you have finished, because I'm pretty sure you read the translated works, and I'm not sure if all the books are translated yet. So maybe there's even more outside if you switch to English. So
I read the one in English. I do not read translated as if I can avoid it.
Me too.
I mean, sorry for good translators, but I'd rather read original. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I do appreciate the work of proper translator, but if I can, I
Yeah.
will use the original language.
Absolutely. Because some things just can't be translated. No matter how good the translator is, some things just are so hard to translate. I do try to read in the original language as well, but it's not always possible. And sometimes, to be honest, if I can only get if the book is like really expensive and I only can get a translated work through the library, I might switch to the translated work too.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of difficult math, but it was good overall. Well, honestly, if I want to go deeper into quantum physics, I will definitely check that out, because it has piqued my interest, but I'm not sure if I really want to go down that road in my brain. My book is The Conference of Words. The first sentence is: deep in the green glowing bowels of a Chinatown seafood market, down a dead-end hallway lined with crab tanks, we crouched in a puddle of dark the light eater had made, watched over by 1,000 alien eyes. Okay, who wants to read this book now?
Is this? I think this is. Is this a ransom read?
What was the name again? What's the name?
Is it that?
Yeah, The Conference of the Birds.
Oh!
I want to know because I haven't read all of these yet. This is like I've read the first 3 in the series, which I loved so much, and this is the 5th one. But yeah, it's quite. Do you know what? I'll tell you if it's this book, because I can tell. What was the first sentence again? Deep in the green. Yes, it is this book. Wow. Libby, please let me know what you think of this.
I don't have that one yet. I read the
love the
first one and
series.
loved it.
Yeah.
Well, the first sentence is amazing. It makes me want to read it. So well done, first sentence. That's like,
Did you read the first one, Cici?
huh?
Have you read the first one?
No, I
Is
still
Miss
have.
Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children?
Yeah, I still haven't read it. I have been scolded for it before. Thank you.
I haven't scolded you. What did I say?
No, yeah, I was. You didn't, but somebody else has. So I was like, you do not need to go there.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I was like, please read it. So if you read it soon, we can better read the second one.
Ooh, that's a good. Yeah, that sounds good. I like that idea. I mean, it's not like we're not buddy reading something next month. So, I mean, if you, Steph, Mo, or anybody who wasn't here last week, we're planning with a couple of people here a buddy read of The Perfume. So, if you want to get on board,
Wait, is that
That's a yes.
wait? Hold on. I'm going to see if this is the book that I've been. Oh my gosh, this has been on my TBR for so long.
yeah, join us. Join us.
Who is it by?
Patrick Houston.
Patrick Susskind.
Patrick Susskind. It's a horror? Is it?
No, it's more of a thriller. If you want to classify it, mystery, thriller, dark.
Okay.
Very
Yes,
dark.
I have the list. It says mystery, horror fiction, historical fiction, magical realism, mystery.
I don't think there's magical realism in it, to be honest.
Oh.
No, I think it's wrongly
Have you
classified
seen
as
the cover?
Just saying, join the darkness.
I'm absolutely on board with this.
I love that.
Oh,
I
yay!
think it's one of those books that just becomes that are going to be really good, but becomes so much better when you talk about them. Because this is going to get dark. So darkness is just better when you talk about it.
From page 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So we are group buddy reading that in July.
Wow.
Rudy, all 4 parts. I hate to break it to you, but there's 6 parts out, and I think altogether there's 9 parts planned. I
What?
think
For which book?
Murderbot.
the Murderbot Diaries. Yeah.
Oh, 9? I know there are 6 out, but I didn't know there were 9 planned.
Yeah,
I
the
thought it
6th
was
one
finished.
got published in April this year, and another 3 are planned at this stage. Yep.
I got the first 5, and on Kindle, and I just read the first one. But they're too short, so I should be able to.
Yeah, I think the 5th one is the full novel length one. There's one in between that is 350 pages, and the others are like 180 or something. And I think they're currently available on Script. So the audiobooks, if you want to go for that. Erica, I prefer to read in the original language also. Translators are incredible and do their best, but sometimes you can't translate the subtle meaning behind a certain word choice or phrasing. Absolutely, you are so spot on. Yep. I love this series so much. Talking about the
Motherboard, I think.
The
Ransom Rigs.
Ransom Rigs.
That's what I call it, because it's
Miss
just way
Peregrine.
too long to say Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children.
If people call it Miss Peregrine's.
Mm.
You read the first 4 books because for some reason the German version is like an omnibus thing where it's one book, but it combines like the first 4 books, I think. So I don't know if the rest is translated yet, but you should definitely try and find them because it doesn't. Like it just keeps on being good.
And that's rare. Like that, all the books are meet your expectations. Let's say. For
I
this
think
print, I'll be reading, but I will also have lunch because I haven't had lunch. So I'll just stop my camera while I'm eating
Yeah.
because I don't want you to.
Hi Anna.
Hi, Anna.
I think the only other series where I really loved every single book was the Wayfarer series, where it was like every single book.
I haven't read it.
Scream because it's so good.
So good.
So good. Unless you're like you need a big plot because it's so on the characters and it's all about the dialogues, and if you know that going in, I think you're going to be fine. If you expect these like twisty elaborate plots, you're going to be disappointed.
Oh no, I'm an atmosphere driven person, so I'm not driven by the plot or the characters, but the atmosphere itself.
I'm not necessarily character driven, but here it's the dialogues. It's about I'm not sure if you would call that atmosphere, but it's there's so much about like telling about society, about expanding your own horizon, about the way of your thinking, about what's systemically rooted in you, what to expect.
Okay, I mean that's it. You sold it.
Yeah, you have to read it. You have to go read it.
Yes, dude. I'm mostly a plot-driven reader, so I was surprised by how much I love that series. 5-star series. Oh my gosh. Amazing.
Yeah, honestly, I usually depend on a really good plot too, but with this one, because there was so much story told and so much challenging my mind through the dialogues that I didn't need it. But the people who were criticizing the series usually said that they were bored because nothing was happening. I was like, well, you didn't really read what the book was trying to tell you.
It was a lot.
Yeah, then I have no problem because I don't need things to be happening at all times. I just need my brain to,
Yeah.
explode to receive information.
Go read it. You if that's the case, you're gonna love it.
I do. And also just going into the series is that each book is not a continuation. Each book focuses on one of the previous side characters and expands on the universe, and then consecutively. So she built that world so well. I'm so impressed.
Could you read them as? Oh, sorry. Could you read them as standalones then?
Technically, you could.
Yes.
You could. You might miss out on some of the references, but
I get worried about starting series sometimes because I don't want to. Sometimes I wait as well until all the books are published and then I'll start reading a series because I just want to read the next one because I forget what happens and then I have to reread and then I feel like I don't know. And then so with this one I could possibly read one book and then read a couple of other things in between
for sure.
and come back.
For sure, yeah.
I think that the connection I feel like was the biggest between the first and the second book because we kind of the second book starts focusing on one of the characters as we left it at the end of the first book, but just one of the characters. We have like a cast of characters in the first book. And then I think the third and the fourth book felt completely different cast, but some people were mentioned. There was like, they had connection to the cast from the first book, actually just to like one person, I think. But you don't need to remember that at all for it to make sense. So you can absolutely have some time in between. The way that I kept describing it is it's like watching different seasons, different series of Star Trek. Like the first one is on this spaceship in a mission, and then the second one is on a planet. The third one is on a station, like on a space station, and then the fourth one is on a planet again. Different cast, but same universe, same type of feel. But it's still it's still disconnected, but connected at the same time. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
So, shall we go into the next
Yes,
reading
please.
sprint?
Let's do it.
All right. Then happy reading. Except
reading.
for the pancreas, a good reading to you. See you in 30. Welcome back, everyone. How did you do?
I'm 25 pages away from the end, and I had not.
You're definitely going to finish today.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Mo.
That's okay. I was just saying that I read 4 chapters.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it already had a little bit of a dip, but it picked up again very quickly because he's just found out that there's kind of like an inkling there that someone might be lying to him, but he doesn't know. Basically, he doesn't know what's real and what's not. So we're kind of getting to that stage now.
Do you have a feeling of, like, do you know what the rest of the pages will be filled with? Like, do you have an understanding of, okay, I understand what this is going to be about now?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay, good. Good.
I did about 6%.
It's good. I'm just thinking about, have I read it or not? Are you enjoying it, Steph? Is it? Do you think it's a book that is a must read, even if you have already read a lot of books on that topic? Is there anything new in it?
Well, I'm about 30% right now, and I would say most things I kind of already know, but the prose are done really well.
Okay.
So that's something worth noting, because there's a couple times where I had to pause and I bookmarked it to go back and annotate the physical copy later, just because I really liked the way that he worded certain things. So it's very quotable. And I did like in the beginning that he spent some time going over, like, what is the difference between racism and discrimination, and also talking about racism and discrimination within ethnic groups as outside of what we usually talk about of Black versus white. So that's kind of where I am right now. So I kind of want to see where that plays out, because I'm predicting it's going to be a 4-star right now. So it's not really giving me anything groundbreaking that you probably don't know already if you've read more nonfiction on this, or you're aware of these issues, but it's kind of giving you like little tidbits to chew on to maybe think a little deeper, which is nice.
That sounds good.
I love that book. I loved it.
Good so far. It's really good.
Yeah, I've read so many on that topic that I'm not 100% sure if that's on the Reddit or to be read list, because, to be honest, the titles of these books are usually not always so prominently different that I can separate the books in my mind. If I then read a little bit of it, I remember if I read it or not. But sometimes, like, they're just so similar, like the titles. That I keep on mixing them up in my brain if I read it or not.
Well, Sissy, you have to read Docile, the one I'm reading.
I want to read that so badly.
It's a dystopian, and the subtitle reads, "There's no consent under capitalism," and is a reflection of what extreme capitalism does to us. Like, extremes are never good, wherever they are, whatever side, but oof, it's heavy. I've cried my eyes out reading this book because it's touched me personally. And I've had physical nausea.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the book for the life, right? Physical nausea. And there's a lot of trigger warnings here. There's unconsensual sex or sexual activity or sexual activity. There's actually, there's a good thing that there's one variety of LGBTQIA plus rep. There's pan, there's bi, there's gay, there's, I mean, the only thing I haven't seen is lesbian, actually. So it's so hard hitting. But it's totally worth it. Totally worth it.
Okay, that sounds really, really good. I just looked it up, and like the paperback is more expensive than the hardcover, and the hardcover is like really expensive. And I don't know, but
There's a website that is an EPUB format website on which you can read EPUBs online, and they have docile.
Okay.
It's called epub.pub.
Okay, I'll check that out. I'll check it out. Thank you. I mean, that sounds really, really good. So yeah, I read 5 pages. Getting less and less, but actually, the beginning of the next chapter seemed a lot easier to understand, and I spent most of the reading sprint. I started watching a video explaining the experiment, and in the very first sentences, that video said, "Well, if you already understand this experiment, keep on watching." Like, I don't. If not, go and watch the video to understand that experiment first, because the theory is based on another experiment. So I went and looked for a video explaining that experiment. That blew my mind because I have never looked into quantum physics. I have never had interest in it. So obviously, when you start understanding some of these things, well, it blew my mind, and I'm questioning my life right now.
That's what quantum physics does. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the comments below that video was like, "We all live in a matrix." I'm like, yeah, we do. Of course, physics proved it. Like, why haven't I looked into this before? But then I went back and watched the video that this was referring to. That was very easy to understand all of a sudden because I understood the base experiment that this was based on. And at the end, I was like, I can actually see this guy proving that there's not intelligent design. That's like saying the Big Bang didn't happen, and it's like an alternative to what science has proven, but saying that there's an intelligent force that has caused all of this, or that has planned this kind of. It's a little bit more complicated than my brief thing, but I was very skeptical that anybody could make me think that science and theology can, like, that science can actually prove that.
It cannot, but not yet. But quantum physics are very metaphysical. So because they're metaphysical, I'm more of a tangible person, for example. I need facts.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I feel like with the quantum physics approaches, I can see how, like, I always thought with science it's impossible, like science and theology do not go together like this. Like hardcore science is exactly like you said, it's facts, and theology isn't facts. Theology is more about the things that we do not have facts about, and it's about belief. It's about about believing. And so I thought it should be impossible to explain, or to, well, not to prove, but to say it is highly, highly likely that the universe was created by an intelligent force based on scientific fact. I was like, that is not going to happen. That is not, like, science is not going to be able to do that. And now that I understand
facts.
well, The quantum physics thinking might.
Because it's metaphysical. It's not all of it is not based on facts. That's why it's in the middle, right between subjectivity and science,
Well, I'm not sure
as
if
in objective science.
I'm not sure if you would say in at least in these experiments that it's not facts, because when is a fact a fact? You know.
When it is true in most cases, and you can prove it's true in most cases.
Well, that's the case with these experiments in quantum physics.
I'll have to read that.
Yeah. Well, my mind is blown at this point, and I'm just because I think that this could actually completely shatter my view of the world, and I am not ready for that.
You might be interested if you want to expand on that further, because a friend of mine majored in philosophy in college, and she focused on mathematical philosophy, which I am not well versed in enough to give you an elaborate explanation of what that is. But basically, from what I understand from her explanation, is that it's when philosophers use mathematics to understand connections within human nature, I guess on a macro and microcosm level. So that might be a branch that can give you some more context as to, I'm sure quantum physics might have some connection to that.
It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, if you have any recommendations there, I might be interested in that after this. I also might just curl up in my bed and not get up for a couple of days because my world has been permanently, like, I don't know.
If you know that that SpongeBob meme with Squidward, that Cece's about to be that meme where it's like future.
Well, but not future, past. The understanding that, like, no, I'm not. No, let's just talk about something else.
I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm more. I believe everything is natural, and humans insist on giving everything supernatural abilities or nature. So what I think is the phenomenon exists, and each person gives it a different explanation. So, for example, I can hear a sound on the wall, and someone could say, Steph could say, "Oh, there's a ghost," and I could say, "No, there's a neighbor hitting the wall." You know, or somebody could say, "Oh, there's an earthquake." I don't know, like same phenomenon. Each person will give it a different explanation, but I don't believe the phenomenon is supernatural. If you know where I'm going, I just believe nature. That's part of nature itself.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's supernatural. I believe it's natural, and we give it supernatural explanations because we need to believe we control. Or
because we don't understand the natural.
Exactly. We cannot discern.
Yeah, and that was exactly
that's what I think.
That was exactly my way of thinking until I started understanding some of this.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's supernatural. That means there's a natural explanation that is something we still don't understand. So
nobody's saying supernatural. It's saying pretty much that an intelligent force creating the universe is natural.
But
I think the definition of what you mean by what an intelligent force is can be very subjective.
Exactly. That's what I'm.
You know.
Yeah. So I mean, pretty much what. It's very hard to because especially because I'm not even halfway through, but I think that this is it is very close to what we would consider a force that we would describe as a god, but
what if it's aliens?
It always I'm not sure if it's if that would be either something. I don't think that there's any point where that would not could not be the case, maybe, yeah. But what we as humans understand as a god, this book tries to kind of prove that it's very, very logical based on scientific facts that exists. But it also says that it's very, very far from what we understand as the rest of the religion on Earth. And so it's very hard for me to sum this up with just having read a few chapters and not going into this too far. But Anna, honestly, if you read this, I would be totally interested in your thoughts, because
What's the name again? I'm sorry.
The Purpose Guided Universe, believing in Einstein, Darwin, and God. So yeah, it is making a big difference between religion and what we think is part of the religion, but it is pretty much saying that something like a god, or what we understand as God, created, is behind the how the universe exists, is very, very likely. That's the right word, based on scientific facts. And I was ready to say you're wrong. I don't believe that. So yeah, enough talk about quantum physics. Let me continue read it, and Anna, you go read it, and then let's talk about it. Najma, the book series that we talked about before the last sprint was the Wayfarer series. So when you asked the question, we were not referring to the Murderbot Diaries, we were referring to the Wayfarer series. What's the Steph, what's the name of the first one? A Way to a Small...
The Long Way to a Small Planet.
Mm-hmm.
Najma laughing about me wishing everyone but Najma a happy reading. Libby did 40 pages. You are a beat. Purple Rain has 21 pages. Good. 18 pages. Just started to read the book Prism again. I'm catching that there's a common theme with Rudy, always reading a something from the common words. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the name, but anyway, Dean Foster, is it Ellen Dean Foster? I'm not sure. But anyways, Rudy always reads these books, I feel like.
Hi, Katie.
Hey.
10 pages, well done, you. Hi. First one myself, haven't picked it up yet. Well, then do that. Do pick it up, honestly. It was so good, and I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it too. Love it. All right. We have been talking way too much about...
It was interesting.
It was really good. Good conversations in these live sprints. Good.
Yeah, but also let's talk about other stuff than quantum physics, because I don't want everybody else's brain to hurt as well. I'm still going to continue reading it because I need to finish my 50 pages, and I've done 15 so far. So let's see how much I can do in the next sprint. Are you all still with me for another sprint?
Yep.
Oh, I'm in for a few. I'm on holidays from university. So I'm reading.
Not jealous at all.
On the opposite, I literally just started on Friday. Woo!
Well, yeah, that's recent enough so you can read and enjoy.
Yeah.
See, we have somebody else. I have to study in the next sprint because I forgot about my Spanish. You go study.
Let me know if you need any help.
Just came back. I did some laundry and had dinner. I love that. So, productive. Looking for some sleep. Good night, Rudy. See you next week. Teacher summer break started. I am in for the whole sprint. Yes. All right.
Yes.
Then let's get reading.
Woo.
Ah.
And we're back. What a place to stop. Ugh. Okay. How did you do talk? I need to digest.
I finished, and I would be crying a lot if I didn't have makeup on. I was like, don't,
You can
don't.
stop yourself. You can really stop yourself from crying just because you have makeup on?
But you know, makeup and the live me sobbing
It's a
all the
skill.
time while trying to talk. Nah.
Girl, it's a skill. Share your secret.
That is-
because
Oh,
Please share.
yeah,
oh,
because
please read it. I love this book. It touched every single fiber of my being.
wow.
Love
That
it.
is a big statement. That is a very big statement. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get it and read it.
Ooh. I'm still. Oh gosh.
I love it. That's a good book then. I love this experience and I love that for you. So yeah, I'm checking out again if there's like cheaper options. Mo, Steph, how did you do?
I did 3% and then I had to stop because something that I did not think was going to be very triggering ended up being very triggering on a personal level, and I just had to woos off for a little bit. And it's really good.
What are you reading again?
Huh? Oh,
What are you reading again?
How to be an anti-racist.
Oh, there was a sentence that got me, got to my heart. There's a specific quote, but aside from that, I think that's the one that includes the quote, like racism is thinking there's something wrong with the others because of what they are. Like others being different and you thinking there's something wrong with them.
Yeah,
That's
about systematic racism. Yeah, that's
yeah.
yeah.
No.
It's so much to unpack, and
Yeah.
I totally did not think that was gonna. If that section may not hit everyone the same unless you're part of an ethnic group and you've experienced this specific scenario, and it went there, and I wasn't ready. But it's really good.
I'm a mixture. So, I mean, even though I look very Danish, like my dad, I'm a mixture between Germany, Denmark, France, and Spain. So, I am part of minorities, as in the Latinx, and because Spanish is Latin. I mean, Spain is Latin, Portugal is Latin, Italy is Latin, France is somehow Latin. So, I'm Latin, like, but even though I look very Danish, so yeah, I know exactly how it feels when people like. I was lucky enough not to. I'm saying lucky enough just because I didn't receive in general that type of rejection for being Latin because they wouldn't place my accent. Actually, they asked me if I was German or Danish more times, a lot more times than Spanish. It seems it reflects in my accent too. I don't know how or why. But the thing is that when some people realized, like I've seen that happening to co-workers when I was a medical interpreter, them asking for me because I had a native accent and not asking for like rejecting my co-workers just because they had a Latin accent, even though they were perfectly understood. And you know, I'm one of those people who, when I see something that is not fair, I boil. So I get like I get frustrated, and I feel the pain as mine because I'm part of that also, even though people don't see it. So yeah, that book was a thing for me too, just because I've seen it happen so many times in so many places.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, do you think that you would face more, like you would be considered, I'm not sure how to what's the proper phrasing, but do you think that in Spain or in Portugal you would be more seen as a native than in Latin America? Just like
A tiny
visually?
bit in Spain, maybe not in Portugal. In
Okay.
Spain, maybe
Because
somehow.
I understand it correctly that visually you are pale for Latin America. That's what you were.
Yeah, visually, like people, it's just in Latin America is quite opposite of what happens in Europe, because people here tend to idolize, if you can call it that, foreigners, people who are not Latin.
Mhm.
So I feel uncomfortable at that. I mean, seeing it from the other side, it's uncomfortable for me too, because I don't think anybody's more or less from because they are from a place, or they are blonde or dark haired, or I mean, but that has nothing to do with being more or less. But in here, I feel they treat in many occasions they treat me like as if I was more,
Right. Okay. Understood.
and I know. Or quite the opposite, people who are still like with the in medieval times, and still blaming current citizens just because they are from Spain and they conquered and whatever. I have nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate what happened, I really do, but I'm not even fully Spanish, so I'm not. So I get both sides of the coin, and like the normal people who understand and are open to just people, because you're people and understand and see everyone as equal. So I've seen everything in here, but there's the tendency of treating Europeans as if they were, like still on top of, no, I don't, I feel like uncomfortable in my own skin when that happens. But even in Spain, when I lived in Spain, everybody looked at me funny because okay, let me show you a pic. Let Mo talk about his update, and I'll and show you a pic too, so you can understand what happened.
It's so interesting.
Oh, your mic's off. Will. Your mic is off.
My bad. I read only a couple of chapters that time because I'm just getting really sleepy now. But it's actually picking up quite a bit, and I'm not even halfway through it yet. So I am getting quite excited about this now. I think it was good to start with, and then it was a little bit slow, and I thought, oh no, have they like just given everything away, and now it's just going to drag? But actually, it's picking up quite a bit. So yeah, that's me.
Nice.
Sorry, this is me when I was a child.
Wow.
Oh, cute.
And this is a custom that is typical from the festivities in the area, and it's called gypsy dress.
Oh, so cute.
Gypsy dress. And by the way, everybody tells me I look exactly like the Olsen twins.
Yes, yes, I can see that. I can totally see that.
But then the thing is that it's called gypsy dress because it looks more like what they would dress for a party. And you see, I was very blonde, like very is white hair. So when you got foreigners like Germans or English into my city, which there are a lot actually, they would all ask my mom to get pictures with me, because it would like, okay, gypsy dress, and then she's, all Danish, and so they got confused and they wanted pictures with me just because I looked like them, but I was on a gypsy dress. And gypsies are supposed to have, they were expecting to get to Spain and find everyone with dark hair, dark skin, olive, these Arabic. My mom was like that. Yeah, I don't look like my mother at all. But yeah, I mean, in Spain, they would also look at me like, you're not Spanish, are you? Because I'm not. I mean, I am, but just partly. I feel a citizen of the world, if it makes sense. So that's why I don't understand discrimination in any way, because I mean, I've grown up being part of a few different cultures. Like my mom had this Arabic look, because in southern Spain, many people look Arabic. So she was beautiful, and it's like completely different. I was completely different to whatever surrounded me. So I always felt like an outsider. So I know perfectly what it feels like to feel like the odd one out, like the one that's different, the one that's rejected. And I was also pretty much the nerd. So I was bullied throughout school. So I hate discrimination from the bottom of my heart. Like that, this nothing I think I dislike more than that. But yeah, it does happen. I was treated like the odd one out.
What I really like about this book so far is it's it's getting deeper into internalized racism and discrimination within ethnic groups or within actions and decisions that Black and Brown people make towards each other that kind of feed into the stereotypes and feed into this continued ideas that just how systematic racism is so ingrained in us and we're not even realizing it. And some things that may pass as positivity can also be toxic positivity. So I like it for that. Yeah, and like Anna said, it's very quotable. So definitely gonna add some Goodreads quotes there. But
yeah, what I was saying about me being treated as better because I'm European here, that's the same. Like, it looks positive to many people, but it's not. It's like, no.
I mean, you've been touching on something really interesting, and I do need to go back and see if I read it or not, because all the positive, like the toxic positivity, even going so far as like the sexualization of and like all, there's like so many niches in so many areas. It kind of I think last year was the point where I realized how much racism was inside of me, because the way that I was raised, especially with like the German background, was very, very much into don't see color, you treat everyone the same. And I think that a lot of people raised like this are firm believers that there's not a single, like not a slightest bit of racist in them, because of the way that you were raised, especially in these areas, and with the history being drilled into us. Honestly, I'm talking like drilled into us. That's like very opposite to what I hear from a lot of people that I hear from the States. Like, I think throughout high school, every single year, in one school subject, we were talking about the World War, about the Second World War. and like we had it, we talked about it in politics, we talked about it in history, we talked about it in German class, we talked about it in pedagogics. We had in like every single year we had at least one subject talking about it. And then it went up to a point where when we graduated, we were kind of getting a little bit numb as well, because we had so many situations of shock value where teachers were trying to shock us into, hey, be shocked so that history doesn't repeat itself. So when I say it's been drilled into us, that's really what I mean. It's being drilled into us not to be racists, but then the systemic things are still there and they're not being discussed. And for me to realize how much systemic racism still existed in my world was extremely shocking because of that education that I went through. And then getting to that reset point and to understand, okay, where am I experiencing racist behavior in myself, racist thought patterns in myself that I need to unlearn? Is very, very interesting, because it got me to a point where I didn't even know how to act positively, because I was afraid of, like, by being afraid of being racist, I started being racist. Because I didn't want to do things, I did the opposite, and that also created like the opposite problem. And like there was one moment where I was like, I don't know how to act anymore. I don't know how to behave anymore. I did focus groups at work, like virtual focus groups over like a Zoom type of thing. And we had some focus groups specifically put together by some ethnic background to focus on their experience. And I was very, very confident in handling all of the focus group, the LGBTQ, the Mexican Americans, the Latinos in general. I was comfortable with all of them, and guiding them, and just being the host and facilitator for something like this. But with the Black one, I was completely overwhelmed. I didn't know how to host and how to facilitate a conversation out of fear of me, a white person, talking over a Black person. I didn't know how to facilitate that conversation because I didn't want this dynamic to happen. So, and that was the worst time of me facilitating, because I didn't know what to do to not fall into this. So I was going into the opposite, and I ended up not being a good timekeeper, which was my job, and we ended up going over the time by 20 minutes because I was so afraid to step in and talk over somebody that I didn't stop them and didn't keep the time, and all of these kind of things. Yeah, I'm at that like reset point where I'm like, I understand I'm a racist. What now? Like, what is like? I think nobody knows how to act properly at this point. That's what I feel. So yeah. So it's very interesting that you bring this like positive, toxic positivity up, because that's what's been on my mind as well. For example, also I have made it a habit, especially when I'm traveling out in the world, to consciously go out and give people compliments when I see them. When I see something that I like, I don't turn to my friend and say, oh, look, she has a beautiful head. No, I go and tell the person. And I make it an effort to at least do it once a day, to just tell a stranger something positive that I noticed, because I know that can make somebody's day. And if I think it, why not say it? So where at the beginning of last year, I remember being in Seattle doing this training, and there was this stunningly beautiful Black woman, and she had the most gorgeous eyelashes. eyelashes. And I went up and told her that I thought that she had the most amazing eyelashes and they're stunning and everything. And it totally made her day. And I noticed that after reading all of these books, I stopped doing that because I was so afraid of them taking it wrong. I was like, why did I stop doing that? Just because I'm afraid that me as a white person telling a black person that they're beautiful, that is toxic. Like, should I stop it? Should I continue? It's interesting.
It kind of talks about that in the first few chapters of like the difference between there's a difference between not being racist and being an anti-racist, right? Because you're actively and consciously constantly reassessing your perspective and how others will perceive you. And so the fact that you are taking action puts you more into the role of being an active anti-racist rather than just saying, I'm not racist, because like we said, racism is so ingrained in our system and just part of an everyday life and part of the laws of the land that we follow. So I don't think that you should stop like trying to be able to do that, and you give yourself a little bit of grace to say, like, if you make a mistake, acknowledge that mistake and ask for assistance on how to move forward from that, because then we're not, as a society, if we just stop doing that, then we're not going to be able to ever move forward towards equity.
Right. Yeah. I hope that we get to the point at some point where we can just feel free to be nice to each other.
As humans, that's what we are. I don't think anybody's better or worse. We're just people. They're bad people, but not based on the way they look at all, actually.
Yeah.
I've not heard of this book that Jocelyn mentioned. What is it? Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. But I'm interested.
I have heard of it, but I don't think I've read it. I'm pretty sure that it's on my list.
Speaking of this, how is the Ally-a-thon going?
It's ended now. It was 2 weeks. It was only 2 weeks long, 2 short weeks.
Oh, I thought it was a month long. Okay.
No, just 2 weeks, but it went really well. Like literally the highlight I took from it is like we focused on Eid and kind of fasting and Ramadan, that sort of thing in our group book. And going into it, I was like, I'm all over this. Like I'm not gonna learn much from it, but I'll still enjoy the experience. But then actually doing the live shows and stuff and like the benefits of doing it like this, I actually did learn quite a bit. So yeah, that was kind of the highlight for me. And the group book was like, literally, I don't know how we're going to top it next time. It was awesome. It was so good.
What was the book?
It was Once Upon an Eid. It's a collection of short stories. And it was just kind of like Eid or related stories to Eid across like the whole world. So like lots of different stories, and it had so much representation in there. Like literally anything you can think of, it was in there.
Yeah. The best, like I have never had another book that had so much representation, and it felt so wholesome. And I think I've read in a review somebody saying that this should come into classrooms, and I totally agree that this book should make its way into classrooms. It's the perfect book for young kids to understand about the tradition, but also to understand so many sub-themes about diversity, about inclusion, about being different, and being okay to be different. About there was every single story had a different sub-theme, so it wasn't only about being a Muslim that celebrates Eid.
Yeah.
It was also about being a different kind of Muslim, being a Muslim from a different background, from a different area, from an area being a refugee, from coming from. there was so much representation. I remember, was it the last live show? We were like, "This, how can this be topped? How can there be more representation?" And then there was more representation. We're like, "Oh, this is getting better and better."
Yeah.
I remember when I was finishing primary school, we had the option of doing an extra assignment in case we wanted more, a higher grade or something. I didn't need it, but I wanted to do it. And I asked like if I could do it, I'm the nerd. So you get it. I wanted to do the extra anyway. And we had to choose a culture and do it based on the culture, and that's how I learned the Arabic alphabet, actually, because I did it about the Muslim world and the Arabic world. So I put them together, focused also on religion, and I learned so much. I remember my mom had this huge book about Arabic culture, buildings, religion, and I read it all, and it was one of these big format thingies, and I was so into it, especially the language. I absolutely love it. But I loved learning about another culture. So from there on, I've read, I think, many books about. I even have the Quran in my house. It's on my shelves. I mean, as an atheist, I am a real atheist, not an atheist that is angry at religions and gods and whatever. I'm a real atheist, so I don't believe there's anything supernatural, but I really love learning about others' points of views and learning about how they see the world and how they explain, and them being like deep into their beliefs. I love when a person is coherent with their beliefs. Love that. So when I started meeting new Muslims, I decided I needed the Quran to really understand how they saw the world and never be irrespectful or anything, just be able to be friends. But if I cannot be friends with someone if I don't really get to understand how they live the world. So yeah, I quite enjoy those topics. Sorry, that was a full story. I didn't mean it to be so long.
I just don't want. Let's just go through some comments and then go back to Once Upon a Need. 29 page at the end of this Golden Flame. So, are you done with this Golden Flame? Have you finished? How are you liking it? What's your rating? Luckily, my Spanish test isn't something hard, so I still managed to get 20 pages in after.
I love that comment.
Yay.
It's not going to be hard. I'll just carry on reading.
No, that would be totally me. Only read a few pages. Think I'll get ready for bed. Work tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the reading sprint. Thanks for joining us. Najat read 22 pages. And Jocelyn tells us to also check out his YouTube channel. So, Emmanuel Echo, I have no idea how to properly pronounce names, especially when you don't know the exact cultural background behind a name. How are you supposed to pronounce it correctly? I loved Once Upon a Need. Nice collection of feel-good stories. Yeah, I felt it was amazing how most of these stories were just feel-good stories, but still packed a punch and were had a nice lesson, had some nice themes to teach to kids. Once Upon an Eat sounds interesting. I hope they mention the mega collection of sweets that we have during our breakfast, because the sweets by themselves are 50 plus shades of diversity. And let me think. Was there a story that, I mean, we did have stories that mentioned food, obviously. We had stories that mentioned sweets, but I think that what I got from the book is that different cultural backgrounds have very different ways of celebrating Eid and have very, very different traditions for it. And then not even just cultures, there's just families having different traditions, just saying the donut, wanting like this family getting donuts for Eid every year and that being a tradition, or baking the brownies and all the other sweets.
Looks like
Um,
a brownie. Oh, so bad.
I actually prefer typical Middle East desserts to Western desserts. I don't
depends.
know.
Some of the Middle
Maybe
East.
because I'm from the south of Spain and we have a very strong Arabic influence.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty much into nuts and anything with nuts. So those sweets with nuts are like,
Mhm.
I like them more than cake.
I just like sweets.
Yeah, me too. But I like those. I don't know. There's something, especially when they have pistachio.
I'm not a fan of pistachios, but when they're in like baklava, then yes,
Oh,
please.
yeah.
And
But honestly,
almonds.
it's like Middle Eastern. It's too sweet for me. It's like, oh no, I
I
But
have a
can't.
isn't
sweet tooth.
baklava too sweet for you?
It is.
Oh
Yeah.
no. You know, I'm part Danish, and Danish people have this variation of the genes, you know. It depends on the amount of sugar your blood can get without getting any diabetes or anything. It depends on a variation of a specific gene. If
Okay.
you have the variation, then you can eat as
Wow.
much sweet as you want. If you don't, then you have to be careful with your sugar levels. And I think I have it. I mean, Danish people must have it because Danish people eat sweets like children their whole life. So yeah, I have it. You give me sweet, I stand it.
I feel like kids everywhere eat sweet. If you ask them, they're gonna say yes to sweets and
Yeah,
eat it.
but now I'm 39 and I can have a lot of sugar per day. Trust me.
Honestly, I think that the only reason why most adults stop is because they know that once they eat it, it stays on their hips. I don't. I think that's for most people. That's the reason to stop eating sweets, not
Let's
because
get hips.
it's good. uh, none agrees. The nut sugar powder.
So good.
Agreed.
So
Hi,
Bye.
see you. Uh, good that we talked about.
Taco.
Why is that
I
popping
don't
up?
want dessert. Oh,
After reading the brownie story, that is exactly how I felt. And then for every single live show, I had brownies or, well, the last
yeah.
one I had was brownies, but my friends brought all these like Turkish sweet. That was such an overload. So many people had to help me eat it after because tastes good, but was too much for me. Here in Egypt, people eat kak, and basically it's a dough stuffed with all sorts of nuts, plain,
You know
and
what
then
I
it's
love?
a heavy amount of sugar powder. Have looked like Al Pacino. I feel like I know what that looks like. And we have similar like cookies for like during Christmas season here.
I love dates.
Dates are good.
Oh,
You can use
but
them in
I
so
like
many
the
things. They're so versatile.
yeah, I like the ones like just grabbed from the
The yellow
pouch.
ones.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
ones that are,
oh,
they like apples.
I miss that so badly because in London I used to be able to get them
Yeah.
too
Yeah.
in the Argelian shops, but in here I cannot get any normal dates, and
Yeah.
I can get only the sweet ones. And I like the other ones too a lot, and I miss them. I love dates. Like my city is also desert, so I got dates in my city quite often. My city in Spain, like it's desert. It's called Almeria. It's in the southeast, and it's the only desertic area of the country. So, yeah, dates are my thing.
I think I've only ever had the dried dates that you get in the grocery store in like
The sweet
packs.
one.
yeah, like the ones that you use to sweeten stuff, pretty much, and just like the dried down versions. I've never had a fresh.
Oof.
You're missing
one.
out.
Well, I don't even know where I would get one.
Ask.
I've never.
Maybe you find.
I'm gonna have to ask in some of like Turkish supermarkets because they
Yeah.
often have a wider
Yeah.
array of fruits.
Or maybe they know where you can get them.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But
never
they're worth it.
never had it. Never even seen one. I don't even think I would recognize one.
They look like grapes, but not transparent. Like the size is relatively similar to big grapes, and the shape is also roundish, but they're not transparent,
Okay.
and they're
Well, I'll have
orange, yellowish.
I'll definitely go. I'm gonna have to go and look for some. I don't want to go into the next reading sprint because I know Mo is gonna leave us then.
That's a good point. I was also making conversation, avoiding that.
I like that tactic.
Just chatting along. Let's see how far Mo will take it. How long can we just make him stay?
I missed Mo.
I know Anna was actually on my second ever live stream is when I met Anna, and that was like maybe 6 months ago now. I've only been on BookTube for 6 months, so yeah.
Too long.
And Anna had on pretty much every single live show we did for the past couple of weeks. And Mo has been on every single live show before Ramadan, right?
Yeah.
So you both practically live here, but not at the same time. Time to live here at the same time.
That's a bad thing. No, Mo, you're avoiding me.
I think it's the other way around.
Okay, so both of us are avoiding each other, or none of us? What is it? You decide.
They are blondish color and crunch when you eat them. I used to have.
Oh, we're talking about the yellow ones. Do you know what? There's like millions of types out there. My favorite are they call majul dates, and they're like massive. They're like basically the size of your finger, and they're huge, and they're like raisins, but obviously bigger and just so much more plumper. Because I hate raisins. I can't stand raisins, especially in chocolate. I hate chocolate.
Oh yeah, that's no.
Raisins in. I can't stand it. Oh, like we have. In the UK, we have dairy milk, fruit, and nut, and it is like I hate it. But yeah, also, it's just taking up space where chocolate could be. You could have more chocolate there.
Raisins.
I love raisins, but dry, like dry alone themselves from the package. Okay, but when you wet them, like people put them in salads here.
Oh no.
I think putting raisins in anything is some devilish thing. I don't know. Only way so I discovered I like raisins in trail mix. When I eat it out on the trail with nuts, then I love raisins because it gives with the nuts. When it's just eating plain nuts and then having some raisins in between, it gives this tiny bit of sweetness, and I like it at that point. But as soon as you put nuts and raisins again in something else, no, stop it. Just no. Don't put raisins anywhere. Just leave them. Yeah,
just leave them. Eat them alone. But when people sometimes, there's a bread in Venezuela, special bread for Christmas, and they put raisins. When I ordered without raisins, but they put raisins, ham, olives, and capers. I hate capers. I love olives.
I hate
And
olives.
I hate raisins. So I'd order it with half the ingredients. But when they when they make that bread, they make it with raisins, and raisins get wet and swell. I'm sorry for what I'm going to say, but I have to. Wet raisins to me are like cockroaches.
Okay,
The texture is.
I can do it worse. So traditionally here, people put raisins in like alcohol so that they soak up the alcohol, and then they're put in cheesecake.
Oh.
Yeah, people like that. Oh, do not like. I love every cheesecake, but do not destroy my cheesecake with putting these raisins in there. That's devilish, devilish.
Yeah, it's evil.
So the bread that Anna's talking about, because I remember I'm a mix of many things, but my mother emigrated here from Venezuela, and she emigrated from a couple other places before that. But while there, she learned how to make the bread. It's called pan de jamon. So it's like this play on like salty sweet with the raisins and the ham. Oh my! So if you're a fan of salty sweet things, then you might like that.
But it has raisins, wet raisins.
I mean, you can make it with other. You can make it with other dried fruit. It doesn't have to be like you can use like dried apricots.
Normally they put raisins,
cranberries, or something.
I mean, I get it from Venezuelan people. I love the bread with the ham and the olives. That's what I love in it, and the bread, the texture. I love it. I love that bread. Actually, I love Venezuelan food in general. I eat quite a lot of Venezuelan food because I like it more than the Colombian one. But yeah, no wet raisins. No.
Sorry to anybody watching who loves raisins. We apologize.
Who loves raisins in here?
Do we really?
I don't think anyone does.
It's a sorry, not sorry type of conversation. And as Jocelyn says, chocolate is its own food group, and I feel like raisins might be as well. But like chocolate is like the angelic food group, and raisins is the devilish food group.
But raisins are good, but by themselves, dry, not in food themselves from the package.
With nuts. With nuts.
With nuts.
Sometimes they eat it with onion mixture with rice. I hate it. Great. Our discussion reminds me of Como Agua para.
Como agua para chocolate. That's a very famous.
What is
that? I'm not sure if it was a book, but it's a film.
Okay.
It's quite good. I highly recommend it.
Oily raisins. That sounds even worse. Like the.
Why?
I mean, I thought rum raisins. So the that people here put the raisins in is rum, so it's rum raisins. But oily raisins.
I hate that.
Is worse.
I hate sweet with alcohol.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why. Since I was a child, I was like, that's ridiculous. People have these rum ice cream, rum and raisins ice cream. Wet raisins plus rum in an ice cream.
Yeah.
Imagine that. I hate sweet and alcohol together.
I was just thinking, I think that's quite not even unusual thing here.
No. It's quite common everywhere. But I just, no. Like when bonbons, chocolate bonbons have liqueur.
Oh, yeah, no. Sorry, not sorry. Anna's betraying us here. Chocolate with nuts and raisins would still buy and enjoy, not gonna lie. Anna.
Shout out, Anna.
Oh, yeah, it's a book then, also.
It's a novel by Laura. Is it translated, or do I need to
Laura
learn it?
Esquivel, no, Como Agua para Chocolate is the original, but it's translated. I think it's like Water for Chocolate.
What the hell?
I think Laura Esquivel writes magical realism.
That's
I
not-
think I've read one of her books.
Like Water for Chocolate. Yeah, that's the English. Oh, sorry, but when I see this like cover, I don't want to read it anymore.
Oh no, that's from the film. That's from the film.
Still, that cover makes me like, no,
Ooh.
thank you. Next.
It's romance.
It looks very 90s.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, magical realism and romance put together.
Oh my god.
No, and that's a no for Mo.
Yeah.
But it's a fun book. Maybe you like it.
I think it's a no for me. I'm out. I feel like that party meme right now. The dude who stands in the corner and looks awkwardly. Montre.
Okay.
You
Those
love
were the first ones I tried, and
no. You love them. I mean, that's
I cannot.
good.
Go
for
ahead and own that, Anna. Own those raisins. Yes.
Yeah.
No, Mon Chéri is not raisins. Mon Chéri are bonbons, chocolate, dark chocolate bonbons.
Wow.
They have a lot of liquor inside. Very
like
strong.
cherry, like.
Oh,
We have
Ooh,
something
very
similar.
But honestly, good for you that you love them. You can have all
Yeah,
mine.
I just
Like-
can't.
Take them all.
Eat them all.
It's just liquor is so sour when you put it when you inject it in chocolate that I think it takes all the pleasure of sweetness from it. So
I mean, honestly, it's just
not
in-
sour,
in-
bitter.
Moncherie, it's so overpowering. Like you put that into your mouth and you taste a little bit of chocolate and you're like, ooh, chocolate. And then you bite on it and then you just get like an explosion of this like
Mm.
burning liquor. Oh, no.
Thank you. It's the first time in my life somebody understands it.
No.
Thank you, Cici. 39 years waiting for somebody else who thought the same thing about liquor on chocolate. That's too long. No.
Great haters. I'm okay with that.
Raising Haters Club. Let's make a club.
All sweet and
Tiramisu
alcohol
is so
tiramisu. I'm
That's
not,
the only thing I like.
Love tiramisu.
but I'm
Just
not.
because the liquor is coffee liquor, so it's bitter
Yeah, and
in itself. It's soft.
I think that when I grew up, when we had tiramisu, we made it without the alcohol. We just made it with coffee. And that's what I know. On a Monday, yes. You might be out of luck though. It's summertime. Monterey is
But
only
those bonbons are on the full year.
no.
At least in Spain.
They do not sell Moncherie
Oh.
in summer. I think the reason is because
Cherries.
of the because of potential heat or something. I don't know. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure that you cannot get Moncherie in summer because my dad loves it as well. And when we try to get it for him, it's always on summer break.
My mom loved them too. And I was like, how can you?
Oh yeah, I just googled it. Apparently, you can't get Ferrero Rocher in summer either.
Yeah, there's a summer pause for several. I think.
That is so weird.
Well,
You just traumatized Hannah.
yeah, I'm sorry. No, it's not just a surprise egg. That's Moncherie as well. The big temperature. So that that you have big differences between temperature and a lot of heat. The quality of the chocolate is just they can't sustain the quality of the chocolate when the outside heat has a lot of differences. So they're just.
But we live in the 21st century. Like, can't they just refrigerate it or something?
I don't think
Refrigerate the toxic comes in. Come on, guys. It's 2021.
I agree. By the way, we jumped out a couple of comments. Najma was saying that they, because I don't know, they don't like
Movie covers.
Yeah, movie cover.
I hate
yeah.
Yeah.
And they destroy the initial idea of the book.
Mm.
So I don't like that either. Oh, Jack Nicholson is just Jack Nicholson. My heart. And I'm dying to read that book, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The film was amazing. Have you watched it?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
That's a classic.
Sorry, I spaced out a little bit because I was reading up on Moncherie. And if it's because, as you mentioned, we have like different logistics now, and somebody asked with our 20th century logistics if you couldn't sustain the transport, cooling chain, and everything. Asking, is it just like an advertisement gag kind of thing to get sales up? And one person answered, no, it's not a gag. I installed some of the machines at Ferrero years ago, and they explained the whole production process and how it's influenced by by temperature, and that is why they don't even sell it in hot countries. They said that in like really hot countries, they don't even sell. They sell everything else but Moncherie from Ferrero.
Interesting.
Wow. That's why I always see it at Christmas time then.
Yes, it's a very Christmas.
Yeah.
So Anna says literally. Literally.
Jocelyn, I agree with Jocelyn though. Chocolate covered raisins. That's typically in this country too, like in Colombia and I believe Venezuela too. And those are okay.
Yeah. Yes. I after my surgery, I had a phase of like 2 months of, for some reason, suddenly liking chocolate covered raisins. I don't know what it was. I hated them before, but after the surgery, all of a sudden, like a pregnant lady's cravings. And Justin is saying, but it's tradition, Mo. I'm not sure what this is referring to.
Neither am I.
Libby's
you too, Libby. Good to have you here.
Yeah, it was great having you. And I feel like we can't make Mo stay that much longer with the conversation without like we have to go into another reading sprint soon. Even though we don't want to say goodbye to Mo.
I am getting pretty tired now, to be honest.
Yeah. What time is it for you?
It's 11:30.
Okay.
Nice.
And I think because I haven't had a nap today. Not that I normally have naps, but it's Sunday and I feel like I could have had one, but I missed the opportunity and then it was too late and I was like, damn it. So now my body's just like punishing me.
I know what you mean because I tried to take a nap before the live show. I waited too late, close to the live show, to take my nap, and then I think I woke up like 20 minutes before the live stream, going, "Oh, yeah, that thing we're doing the thing." I should probably get up.
I hate naps. I cannot. I wake up disoriented. My body temperature all over the place. in a very bad mood because I don't know what time it is or which day it is or how long I sleep. I no.
Is that maybe a sign that you're not getting enough REM sleep during the night? Because the disorientation only happens to me if I didn't get enough.
Oh no. That happens when I take a nap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Only.
Is it happens to me when I take a nap when I didn't get enough sleep the night before. But if I got enough sleep and I'm just napping, then I don't get the disorientation. But if I didn't get enough sleep, like enough deep sleep, and then I nap, then I get the disorientation during a nap.
Oh.
Maybe look into if you don't get enough deep sleep.
Because then you go into the deep sleep when you're napping.
Exactly, and that's when you wake up disoriented because your body tries to get you into the deep sleep.
Yeah.
The dangerous part about naps is when you wake up and think it's the next day, and then you get in your car to go to work. That has happened. Because like on your phone or something, it would say like 7 or whatever, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm late for work, but I didn't see the AM or PM part. Like, on the door. Like, what?
Those naps slap so hard.
The dangerous thing about naps is that for some reason, since the surgery, when I wake up from a nap, I have a craving for something sweet. Like I feel like I need to get a piece of chocolate or something. Like I might have like a sugar low. I don't know what it is, but when I wake up from a nap, I'm craving something sweet, and that's so weird.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't like naps because I don't like to feel I'm craving something and disoriented, and it's like all together. It's like I never had a nap. I don't remember myself having a nap even as a child in Spain. No, I'm too hyperactive for nap.
I've started having naps after the surgery because of the thing that happens when you eat something wrong that your body doesn't want, that causes the crash, when you then just like you sleep for 20 minutes and then you're a-okay again. But before when you crash, it's literally that you cannot, like I cannot keep my body up at all. Like I lie down, when you feel really, really sick, so that you're like, oh, I'm not physically capable of sitting up. I need to lie down. That's how I feel when I'm crashing. But then I sleep for 20 minutes and then I feel so good after these 20 minutes. And since that happened, I started napping. Anna feels, I think we might have scarred Anna. Marshall is the only vegan pharaoh. Is it? They really need to come out with something. Like I feel like every brand is coming out with vegan stuff. So Ferrero isn't coming out with something more vegan is quite surprising. I feel excluded now. How dare they deprive me of my alcohol chocolate? Well, alcohol is just for the depressive winter, I guess. Sleep disorder, naps are frowned. The general rule is you should nap for 20 minutes or less, or actually go to sleep for hours.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. Yeah.
I can't do the first one though. I can't sleep for 20 minutes.
No, me neither.
It's a couple hours.
Yeah.
I can now. But I think it might coincide with me, since I've been working from home for the past year. I also transitioned to a different team where I don't have a fixed starting time at work in the morning, so I can pretty much sleep until I wake up on my own. I don't have an alarm set anymore, so that really changed my sleeping pattern a lot. And since then, I'm also able to nap for 20 minutes. So potentially my overall sleeping behavior just became so much better because I don't have to get up at a certain time, and I can just let my body decide when it's wake up time. And now I can nap for 20 minutes, just saying. I think I have to go now as well.
Bye.
I hope you don't have nightmares about Moshali.
Going to the stores and no, where are they?
Let's see, do I still have some? I actually was considering like buying. I remember looking at the how long they are, like the goodbye date, to see if I can gift my dad a bunch for his birthday, so that lasts him the summer. But unfortunately, they did not have a long enough goodbye date to purchase enough for him to last the summer. Sama is reading Infinity Sun by Adam Silvera. How are you liking it? That is still on my list. I need to get to that rather sooner than later because
Have you
I'm
watched Gavin's review?
I'm owing a review for that one. Yeah.
Have you watched Gavin's?
No.
From How to Train Your Dog. He hates Adam Silvera, but with this book, he hated him even more.
Wow.
And, you know, I mean, Gavin is a funny guy,
Yeah.
and when he makes his reviews, I just loved that video, even though it was like basically the worst books of, but I loved his reviews. It's like he always tells you why. He always gives you reasons and why, and it was nice. I don't know, just
I liked the other things that I read by Adam Silvera, but I felt like Infinity Sun is such a very, very different genre to what he usually does. And I'm a little bit skeptical because the writing style that I know would not match fantasy. So that's why I'm skeptical.
I can totally understand that because I've only read his non-fantasy stuff. So I don't know what to expect from that.
Yeah. It's like fantasy needs to be approached so differently because the world needs to be built so much more intricately. And I feel like Adam Silvera's world building was so contemporary, was so not focusing on the world building and just explaining it on the side, what's going on, even in the not just normal contemporary setting. So I don't know. I'm not sure how, but I just need to read it and review it already. So let's say goodbye to Anna. I still have the raisins and nuts chocolate to get me through summer.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Anna's going to eat raisins and nuts chocolate every Sunday evening from now on.
They will melt on your fingers anyway.
Oh.
Evil laugh.
Right. I just remember eating chocolate with nuts in it in as a kid, and yes, you're right. That shit always melts for some reason when there's nuts in it, and you hold it. It always melts, and you only hold the nut at the end.
Like two holes in the chocolate bowl when you put it into your mouth.
So far it's actually really cool. Okay, cool. Thank you for confirming that. It's giving me X-Men.
Okay.
Here for it. That's interesting. I would not have
love X-Men. I love X-Men, so I'll have to check this one out if it's giving you X-Men vibes.
Maybe you want to check the film.
The film of Infinity Sun.
X-Men. No,
X-Men. I've seen them all. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said I haven't read it. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I've not read the comics or graphic novels. There was like a cartoon version of the comics, and I remember like waking up when I was a kid, at like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning when they used to show like it on Saturday morning TV, and like watching X-Men, the cartoons, and then watching Pokemon straight after that. So yeah, love it.
I can so see that. I don't know. It's that picture in my head of little Mo watching X-Men Pokemon. It's just, it works in my head. I love it. All right, let's get into another sprint because I don't think we can drag it out any longer.
Yeah, it's been a bit long this
it's
time.
Been a bit long.
So Mo, that's how much we want you to be here with us.
Exactly. How much we want to keep you here. So yeah, let's dive into the next one and say goodbye to Mo.
Loved being here as always. Nice to see you again, Anna. Always nice to see you, Steph. And thanks for having me back on your channel, Cece. And I'll
Great,
see you
thank
guys
you.
soon, hopefully.
Bye, Mo.
See
Let's
ya.
drop
Bye,
by.
everyone.
Bye.
See you later.
Sirius was saying goodbye to Mo.
Yeah, I can hear it.
He's here. Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. I can't take it. I miss my cat so much. It's not even funny. Is you cute?
Sirius is the best.
The chin.
He's very sweet. And why are you not with your cats?
I'm at my dorm at university right now for the semester.
Oh.
So I'm not home. I miss them. I have not had my daily dose of cat in a while.
Cat cuddles are the best.
Yeah.
But then you're at a dorm for university. Honestly, I was always so jealous for people to have that experience because I didn't have that experience, and I think it's a once in a lifetime amazing experience.
It is. Yeah, I never got to have it either. So I was happy that I finally get to have that chance. It's like I can finally check that off my bucket list. So nice.
So yeah, and enjoy it as much as you can. For me too. Let's get into another sprint so we can actually get some reading done today. And I apologize for everyone who came here and is just annoyed with us talking for such a long time just to keep Mo here. Sorry. Let's get into some reading. Happy reading, everyone. See you in 30. didn't hear the timer go off. It's
Hi.
I see the timer go off here, so it has been time.
We would have kept going.
I read 5% of the new book, and I'm confused by the writing style, but I'm quite into the story because it feels like Victorian England, and I really love Victorian England. If you see my channel logo, even is inspired in Victorian England. So yeah, I'm very much into the atmosphere, but I'm confused.
What confuses you?
Okay, it's a fantasy, and so far all I know is Agnes, our main character, is an archivist, and she's investigating the whole family tree of Baron, and there's something strange with the oldest child who died at 10. She cannot find information, but she should, and the Baroness is quite like, stop it there, but not openly. I don't know. It's strange. I just don't understand what's happening, why she's there, what, I don't know. I'm lost, still not understanding much, but I like the environment, the atmosphere quite a lot. I'm reading a book called Lying with Lions. Or Laying with Lions, yeah. Lying with Lions is called by Annabelle Fielding.
It doesn't sound like something that would be my type of book. First off, because Victorian England is not my thing, like at all. But yeah, it sounds like something that could potentially be good for you. So I hope it picks up and the confusion clears up.
I really hope so, because I'm like rereading paragraphs like, what? Wait, why?
Yeah. I hope it gets better, because it sounds like a book where you should not have to reread, but that you should be able to fly through. That should be like an easy read on the side. So it feels like even worse when it's not, when it's confusing, because you expect like, oh, I'm gonna just read this real quick, and then like, no, I'm not.
Exactly.
Steph, how did you do?
I did another 3%, and I had to pause again. So slow going, but it's going.
When I read it, I listened to the audiobook.
Yeah, I'm listening to the audio. I have the physical
good.
copy of it, kind of like annotating along the way. So
I like how he reads it.
he does a really good job.
Yeah, I get that. Is it? Huh?
How's your physics?
It's good. We had a chapter where a lot of background, a lot of physical things were explained as how our universe is just right for it to have life in it. I liked how it explained, like, if it would just be a tiny bit more or less, and there were like several different things that they explained, how that would have led to no stars forming, or the opposite, and how so many things are just perfectly aligned for life to be able to have been created, to have been coming up, or whatever you want to call it. What I don't like is that this type of thinking automatically kind of leads to, because it's right and so many things have to be just right, it cannot be coincidence, because I feel like, of course, it can be coincidence. What's interesting in this book is that they're pretty much saying if it's coincidence, then that proves the multi-universe theory, because it's either
The multiverse.
like if it's coincidence, and I can't explain it the way that these scientists do, but there's a lot of scientists saying that you have an infinite, very, very similar copies of the universe, versions of the universe, and the one that we're living in is just right to have us. But
The
I feel
butterfly
like
effect.
I'm not sure if it's the butterfly effect, but it's
But the butterfly effect it's supposed to be basically a consequence of that multiverse, like multiple universes existing parallelly.
yeah, I'm not sure if it goes that much into that direction, but yeah, I'm having trouble getting behind that these are the only two options.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where this chapter led to. That's what I'm struggling with a little bit. And I don't know, there were a few things in here that are pretty much saying, I don't know, the way that some of this was, like the logic behind the reasoning, and this is because of this and this is because of this. At one point it loses me a little bit, not because I don't understand what they're saying, but because I think that it's a very narrow-minded way of proving things, because at one point I'm like, okay, but you're disregarding so many other factors, you're disregarding so many other possibilities, that you're pretty much saying because this happens, I'm not sure that this is a proper causation that you're explaining here, and that it just doesn't feel 100% that way. But in a lot of other places, he's making a lot of good arguments and a lot of interesting arguments and facts, and I'm learning a lot about different types of different areas of science, different types of physics. And right now we are looking into the perennial philosophy. We just read a little bit about Einstein's relativity theory, and yeah, so it's touching on a lot of different very heavy sciencey topics, and that's really interesting. It's just a matter of how are you bringing it together, and can I be on board with that? And
Sounds complex enough. Sounds complex enough.
Yeah, but it is complex, but then at the same time it is. So after this one experiment, I've been reading this not too slowly. It is quite good to understand, even though I have no background in any of these like scientific areas. So the way that this person condenses these theories and condenses these experiments and all the background information that you need, I think it's done quite well for me to understand things like the important aspects about relativity theory on like 2 pages. It's like ridiculous. I mean, you cannot even grasp the whole theory, but he seems to be able to explain the aspects that you need to understand to follow his reasoning. So that's really interesting. What I really liked is that after an experiment for that proved Einstein's theory, they had the New York Times had in the style of the day had headlines and subheadlines on the front page of November 10, 1990. And these are the headlines, and I had to laugh so much. There's lights all the scoop. in the heavens. Men of science more or less agog over results of eclipse observation. Einstein theory triumphs. Stars not where they seemed or were calculated to be, but nobody need worry. It's like, but nobody need worry. The stars are not where they seem to be, but you do not need to worry.
No cause for alarm.
No more in all the world could comprehend it, said Einstein when his daring publishers accepted it. So it's like, you don't have to worry, you're not going to understand it anyways.
Just let it be.
It's like the stars aren't where they are supposed to be, but you don't have to worry about it, and you're not going to understand it anyways. I love it. It's like New York Times coming through.
I love Steph's face. What?
Yeah, 19 more pages, and then I'm done for the day. So I can do that.
I think so.
I really want to get into the other book, so, and I'm starting to get a little bit tired, so I need to get through these last 19 pages quickly. Najad read 23 pages, very good, and Salma read 25 pages. I'm at page 177. How far is that into Infinity Sun? That sounds like almost halfway through. Like, I want to say 368 pages. Let's see how much. Infinity Sun. There we go. 368 pages.
Okay, that's a pretty good memory, darling.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things. I have a shitty memory, but sometimes I remember weird numbers that are like that you tell me once that I don't have to remember. So, weird example, my friends are moving into a new apartment in a month, and when they talked about getting that they got it and that they signed the contract, I asked how many square meters it had, and they said, well, it has 84. And for some reason, that's in my brain. It's in my brain that it's 84 square meters. I don't know the square meters to my own home. Like, I constantly forget the exact number, but I know theirs. It's for some reason, at points in my life, my brain is just on when it comes to receiving a number, and then I'm not letting go of it. It's like,
The same with numbers.
That's
just weird one.
I want to remember that.
It's not the ones that I want to remember. It's just the random ones. Have you been vaccinated yet? If not, any news? Nope. Nope to both. So I think last week, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, they opened it up to everybody. In Germany, we were separated into group 1, 2, 3. I think in most countries it was 3 groups, like priority groups to get vaccinated. And in my state, they were not even finished with the second group when the government announced it's a free-for-all. So a week ago, a lot of people started trying to get appointments because now you don't need to be in any risk group anymore. But at the same time, the state has run out of vaccines for vaccinating new people. So all the vaccines that we currently have are reserved for the second shots. So at this point in time, nobody's getting an appointment for the first one. So yeah, and as soon as they are starting to make appointments for that, it's going to get a little bit crazy because, as I said, the second group isn't even through, and it's a free-for-all. So you can imagine how many people are going to try and get an appointment. So I don't know. I don't see it realistically that I'm seeing vaccination anytime soon.
They should get more vaccines. In here, there's a thing that there's a national plan of vaccination that goes only down to 50. So when people are 50 or they have a medical condition that gets them prioritized, that's it.
I mean, the sentence "they should get more vaccines" I think is kind of ironic, because I think that's what they're trying to do, but they're not succeeding at it. It's not for lack of trying, it's because it doesn't get produced any quicker, and then things happening where vaccines need to get destroyed or are accidentally destroyed, and things like that. I don't know. If they could get more, I think that they would, but I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I'm not sure that I am going to be in a position where I'm going to have access to an appointment before it becomes more or less irrelevant. If you understand what I mean, it's like once we have a certain number of people vaccinated, life will get back to its new kind of normal, more or less. And then it's just about how scared are you of actually receiving COVID when our health system is not at the in a critical state, you know. How scared are you really of this sickness? It's not about pulling together and getting like herd immunity or something when most people already have it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I don't think that I'm going to get an appointment before it becomes more or less irrelevant if I'm going to be vaccinated or not, as long as I'm not scared of receiving of getting sick. And if that's the case, it starts the question starts coming up if one should then look into wanting to wait until more studies are published on the people who have been in the first rounds.
Do you feel like, I know you said you've been working from home for the past year. Do you see in the foreseeable future your job returning to being in person or just staying remote?
I've been remote since 2017, so my job already was working from home. The only aspect of in person is travel. My job was built on a heavy travel aspect, and I do not see us getting the green light for travel this year. Not from a government standpoint, but more from a company standpoint, because my team and the travel is international, and I think that I think that national travel is going to be okay, but even vaccinated, I'm not sure if international travel will get the green light. So as long as I'm not going to be able to travel, I'm going to still be stuck at home.
Well, I'm scared because I'm starting my university practicum in August, and highly likely it will be I will have to go to the office, and highly likely it will be in legal medicine, in the Legal Medicine Institute. And if that happens, I will need to be vaccinated before. So I don't know if they would prioritize me just because I'll be kind of working for legal medicine, but I hope they do, because I don't want to go to an office every day not having been vaccinated.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite here as far as availability, but because it's kind of like you can get it like getting water here. It's just everywhere. It's accessible anywhere, which is so mind-boggling to hear you guys talk about how it's a struggle to get it when it's literally they're like, here, well, if you get it, we'll give you chocolate or we'll give you something to just like they're giving it out like crazy. And on top of that, being that I work in education, we've been back physically for months at this point, and it's just been announced that anyone, staff and students returning in person, it's become mandatory to get vaccinated. So I mean, I had to get mine in order to come to university, because my universities they're no longer offering the continued remote option. So it's like, you know, do what you got to do.
Yeah, it's just I'm 39.
Mm-hmm.
So the priority groups are down to 50 years of age. So I'm far. And there's no plan yet for people under 50, unless they're health workers or educators.
Mm-hmm.
But as I'm basically going to be doing my practicum in a public office, I don't know if I would have to contact the local government to and my health insurance to verify if I get it, if I get the practicum, if I get the yes, then to contact them. I'll have to contact them and verify if I can get fully vaccinated by the time I get there. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's when you said talked about the availability stuff, there is a thing that's called vaccination tourism. Russia advertises it very, very openly. People from Germany do that, and I did have some colleagues telling me that if it gets to like fall and we are if it happens to be the case that our company might allow travel if you're vaccinated and I still don't have access, to maybe ask if I can just get it while I'm on business travel to the tourism thing. There was actually a really, really big scandal just a couple of days ago talking about how a luxury hotel workers from Italy flew into Munich and got like 100 of their people got vaccinated in Munich, while people in Munich not having access to them. It's like a luxury hotel where like all the state people on Sardinia would go to, and it was like big scandal. Like how can you give away vaccinations to people flying in from Italy when people in Germany don't even get it? So
yeah, here many people have plans to travel to the States to get the vaccine, because as a tourist you would get it quite quickly, actually.
Jocelyn is completely right.
Washington was doing joints for jabs. Seriously? That's awesome.
There's so many incentives. They just literally, you can pick up a bottle of water and you can get vaccinated. Like there's just so many incentives here.
So yeah, I mean, honestly, if it gets to the point where we could travel if we're vaccinated and I have no chance here, it might literally be something to talk to my leadership about, if that's an option. But then again, being on a business trip and getting vaccinated and potentially having a few days where you're not feeling well or something, I don't know if that's the best idea. Anyways, I've never really been that afraid of COVID itself. I think I was always more afraid of our healthcare system not being able to cope with the sickness. I felt like there's no studies on the on what COVID does to our body. There's no studies on what the vaccination does to our body. So it's like a 50-50 chance. I think it's just important that we get the herd immunity to kind of get to a point of where it's guaranteed that our healthcare system doesn't crash. That was just my biggest fear. So from my standpoint, with that being my biggest fear, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, now I can wait for studies. If I'm not getting an appointment anyways, I can start waiting for studies that tell me what's better.
Well, I'm checking right now because a week ago we were in Bogota, at least we were at 97%, the ICUs, we're at 97%, which is yes. Yes, that's the face I made.
Smart.
Let me up to yesterday 97.5. We're close to crashing.
That's not good. I mean, I don't know our numbers, but I know that we never got close. But then again, our healthcare system was always very stable and very, like, we always had a lot more capacity than other countries on a per person living in the area. So I don't know. I received a Hallmark card and a goodie bag when I got my second shot. That's kind of ridiculous. I don't know. From like my perspective, that just sounds so ridiculous in a way. Like, I got a Hallmark card.
And no, I couldn't wait until fall. I would have to go. I cannot wait to autumn to come. I would have, if I were to go, I would have to go now. Because it's 21 days between one shot and the next. And I start my practicum on the 9th of August.
If you decide to go somewhere to get the shots, keep in mind that there will probably be a booster coming this fall. A booster?
Yeah.
I heard something about that.
I'm not sure Anna, do you know what Jocelyn is talking about?
I think she's talking about peak of cases. Or a booster as in a shot.
I would not have understood this to be like a peak in cases. Steph,
No, I read it as in a booster shot.
Yeah.
Third shot.
Mm-hmm.
Why third shot of what?
That's the booster, because you need 2 to be fully vaccinated. So you get the one, and then I think 2 weeks later you get the second one.
And like 21 days.
And then a week or 2 after you get the second one, that's when your body's fully immune. But what she's saying is there's going to be a third that's going to be a booster for that in the fall.
So just be like really sure that it's like a more permanent and not. Yeah. Okay.
Something has to do with like the variation. I guess all the variants of the strains.
Yeah, and doesn't it also depend on the vaccine how many shots you need when?
What do you mean?
I think I've seen an image at one point saying like, if you get this vaccine, you get 2 shots, and you need this time in between. And then there were 1 or 2 vaccines where you only get 1 shot.
So there's the Johnson & Johnson. That's the 1 shot. That's the one that had the major recall like 2 months ago. And then the Pfizer and Moderna are the 2 shots. And there's like a 2-week break in between this first and second shot.
Well,
then the AstraZeneca, that's the one we're getting here.
Mm-hmm.
That is also 2 shots, 21 days apart.
Najma, I blame zombie movies for people freaking out from vaccines. Kidding. But honestly, COVID is no joke. Witnessing healthcare systems collapsing and loved ones dying is tough. I fully agree. I'm just wondering if it just if like I feel like it's always what really the worst thing about it is the overload of the healthcare system, and that we could probably treat this quite well if we only have a few cases. Absolutely. I mean, we don't know what happens to the body long term. If you catch COVID, if you like what like permanent damage there might be. We don't know that. There's so many things that we don't know. But
What
then
I know,
again,
it depends on your previous conditions, and if you recover or not depends totally on your immune system. Or how
but
quickly you do.
But that's also true then for the vaccines. You see people taking them really, really hard that feel very, very sick for a long time. You see people that just brush it off. You see people who have complications. So we don't know everything there either. So right now I don't want to come across as if I'm not supporting vaccines, because I absolutely do. I'm just saying that I think it's more about reducing the cases and having the herd immunity through getting the vaccine than avoiding that anybody gets sick.
No, you're absolutely right, because I was kind of mentally preparing myself for some sort of reaction, just because I was always that person who I've had, like, autoimmune issues, but I got nothing. Like, I've been completely fine. So, which was surprising that I didn't have any side effects other than like just the spot where, the shot was tender, but no. So yeah, it
That's
affects
nothing,
everything.
yeah. You're lucky.
Yeah.
I know. I'm knock on wood.
Not
honestly, I just want to be clear that I don't think that COVID is a joke or a hoax or anything. Definitely not. But we do have a lot of other sicknesses as well that are no joke. And with a healthcare system that is stable, even though they're not a joke, we can treat them. So we just don't know with both the vaccine and COVID what's actually going to have, if either like long term.
What I'm scared the most is getting it, surviving, and then not being able to get vaccinated for 90 days. Because if you get COVID, you cannot get vaccinated for the following 90 days.
Yeah. Well, I think if you get COVID, you should be okay for the next 90 days, though, right?
Yeah, but anyway.
I'm not sure how long the immunity lasts after catching it, but you should be immune for a while. I totally understand what you're talking about. I was the last person I knew to get the shots. I wasn't against getting a vaccination. I was concerned with the lack of long-term testing. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
I 100% understand that.
We have no long-term information on either, on the sickness and the vaccination, so you cannot make an educated decision. And for us people who like to base things on science, it's I think most of us people like watching and talking here are wired that type of way. It's very hard to make a decision based on which solution you believe in more, because that's pretty much what it is, right? So my biggest belief and my biggest fear is an overload of the healthcare system. As long as I know that there's spots in the hospital and doctors who have the time to treat me, I'm not as worried about getting sick as when you might be the person who's like, I have to decide between treating you or this other person. That's the part that I'm afraid of. And I don't see that happening anymore. Well, at least here.
Well.
Yeah, I was concerned about that as well. And, did my due diligence of going through the research and everything. But I mean, given my professional career and the law designating that I have to go back to work, otherwise, I'm technically considered an essential worker, even though we don't get those benefits, but that's another story. So I mean, there is kind of like, I don't have a choice. I need to eat, I need to work.
Yeah.
And I'm in a unique position that so many other people wish that they had access to this. So
I absolutely support that and get that. And I mean, honestly, if something in my job would depend on it, and I would have access to it, that makes it a prioritization, absolutely clearly. Just speaking from the position of I don't see me getting it anytime soon, and it not making a difference for me in my professional life. It might get to the point where it's not going to be requested, and if most people have it, you could start waiting for some of these studies.
It's so interesting that we're all on different sides of the world in completely different situations. Like I like where this conversation's gone.
The problem is I hear them talk about booster shot on international media, but they are missing the main problem about vaccination. For the strategy to work, you need to vaccinate the world. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, there's so many places in the world that are even off a lot worse than where I'm right now. So we're going to have some vaccinated countries that feel safe, and we're going to have some countries that are not vaccinated at all and had shitty healthcare system to start with. Unless the companies release the royalties, really, or whatever it is for other factories to make the vaccination around the world, we might have worse strains. This virus keeps on changing very fast. That is a very good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah. So that would be no international travel. It should be no international travel from certain countries until you're fully vaccinated.
Which is a slap in the face. I mean, honestly, if you have countries that cannot afford the vaccine due to royalties, etc., and then you tell them that you're pretty much isolating them from the rest of the world, that feels very, very wrong on so many levels, and it feels like I'm in a dystopian novel again. I had a problem when my husband was required to be vaccinated to continue teaching, but they wouldn't vaccinate the families.
That's the same situation
here with old people.
Like I was required to be vaccinated as a teacher, but it wasn't required of my family. And I'm talking about like earlier when we first started this. Now it's readily available, but yeah, that was a interesting discussion.
Yeah, it's like, don't confuse vaccination with not being able to carry it, right? Like, people confuse it, and I feel like a lot of people, even in like official channels, make vaccination off as I cannot carry it. Yes, you
can, right? And especially being in a position where you're required to be in a room full of people every day, and this was again in the middle of the pandemic. We just got the vaccine, just became available to those who were, in those designated categories. And it was it's very scary to, think, okay, I'm safe, but when I come home, is the rest of my family safe? No.
Yeah. The same with old people. Here they started vaccinating people 80 or older and not their families. And you're like, okay, if the 80 or older person lives with a teenager and that teenager is going out, or with a young person, young adult, and that young adult is going out every weekend to party, then it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. There have been cases in the last few months at a school and they didn't care if I caught it. Yeah, because you're not relevant to them. That's just how it is. You're not employed by them, so you're not relevant. Sorry. You're relevant to us, but we don't matter in that scenario. So but you matter to us, even though you don't matter to the school board or the government or whoever made that decision. Shall we read more?
Please. I need to understand things.
Yeah, I need to finish this week's bit in this, and I need to get to some. I want to say some pleasure reading. That sounds like I'm not enjoying it, but I'm actually really enjoying this. So,
I think we
but
understand.
I want to get to some fiction. All right, let me put up the timer. There we are. All right. Happy reading, everyone. See you in 30.
Reading.
And welcome back, everyone. How did y'all do?
I read 6% this time, so 1% more.
And are you less confused at all?
No. Not yet.
Well, I hope that reading further will change that.
I hope so.
Are you still enjoying it somehow, though?
Yes, I'm intrigued. It's a mystery. It's a fantasy, but there's a huge mystery, and I'm very intrigued because I have no idea what's happening. I just know the little boy died, and it seems the causes of his death were not the alleged ones. So I don't know.
Okay. Good. Steph, what about you?
I figured I should finish this graphic novel that I started the other day. It's a Batman from 1988, and I don't like it, so I put it down.
Oh no!
It's super racist, so I put it down. It's the complete opposite of what I was just reading.
Oh no!
Break.
Oh no! What a coincidence that you just picked that up, like as a break from, like, mentally being in that space, and then I'm so sorry.
The irony.
If it's from 88, highly likely there's some of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that there was a lot politically happening between the US and like Middle Eastern countries and things that were happening in the 1980s, but just the way that it's presented is very one-sided, and I just don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, I think with a lot of pop culture in the 80s and 90s, even though we were at a very different stage, there's a very big difference between actively promoting racism versus just being very very up to the times and neglecting to include people of color, etc. I mean, if you look back, and a lot of the casts are very white. You only have maybe your token person of color, and those are in very cliche roles. That's more like the systemic racism. But what you're talking about seems like it's a very actively promoting
white saviorism. Yeah, it is very actively promoting white saviorism, and I just don't. I'm not vibing with this. Also, I think it's also objectively speaking, stylistically, there's a lot of more narration of what's happening rather than just it's a graphic novel, it's a comic book. Show me what's happening. You know, you don't have to explain. The chopper blew up. They started fighting. I punched him in the face. Like, no, show me punching him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That makes total sense. So what are your plans now? Are you going to pick up How to Be an Anti-Racist again, or do you still need a break?
You know what? I'm trying to finish some school work right now, and then I think I'm gonna log off because I need to go paint. So I'm gonna go to my studio and do that in a little bit for class.
That sounds good. Yeah, you seemed like you need a break from that book.
I do. Well, I mean both technically. But I mean, How to Be an Anti-Racist, it's so good. It's just very heavy. So I need a little break.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I get that. Yeah, I'm done for the day. I'm a little bit concerned that the one point that was blowing my mind was an accident. That was just because physics blew my mind, but not this book. We're just so if you are basing if you're saying that you're proving something by basing theories on theories on theories, and never at one point there's a proof to it, then it just gets very off track in my mind. And I think that, yes, you can say that if that is the case, then that is the case, then that is the case. It might be true, but what if one of these is not the case? You have never proven to me that all of these steps are the case.
Yeah, you're just
and
assuming.
Yeah, exactly. And to use that to say that this is the most likely outcome, it's just, you have not shown me that this is the most likely step by step by step. And some of the things I really started to really annoy me, where there's a few points in the book where he actively dismisses some other things and says, I'm not going to get into that, I'm not going to touch that. He says something like, I'm not going to go deeper into this because somebody else did that I trust, and here's the reference. That's cool. If he says, I'm not going to go into this because it's irrelevant, because XYZ, that's cool as well. But in some cases, it's no, there's. I mean, let me give you an example. I feel like there's no reasoning behind this. He says it is important not to get sidetracked by this terminology or its cultural connotations. I put no credence whatsoever in the vast Hindu pantheon of deities and entities, numbering over 300 million. That has grown up over ages. No monkey gods for me! Exclamation point. Those superstitious beliefs are just a distraction from an essential core truth. It is just that this religious tradition is where some of the most ancient ideas that we can still access today may be found. So why are you dismissing this?
Yeah, no.
Because you want no monkey gods? Did you just say that?
That sounds offensive. Like you can examine something critically
that is
without adding.
How is
that is biased?
I'm like,
that's highly biased.
Huh. That is highly biased.
Totally. It's like you want to prove to me that you kind of want to prove to me that it's very likely that there is a God through scientific facts and theories, and then you write shit like that. I mean,
if that's the case, then no religion or spirituality should be taken out of the equation, because they all have something to come from. There has to be some sort of common denominator.
And he does kind of say that in a way. So he does say that a lot of like the core idea, the core values seem to have a common denominator. But why does he then say that he's pretty much dismissing the vast Hindu pantheon of deities? Why this? I would be okay if he would explain to me why he's dismissing them in a factual way and not with sentences like "no monkey gods for me." That is just not scientific. That is not a behavior that I would expect from a scientist. It's just, yeah.
No. What's the guy's name?
Bernard Heisch, Haisch. And I mean, he has ways of proving things that just don't sit well with me. It's like he puts up a theory, and how do you do this? And then he says things like, I don't pretend to know, it's a mystery. But the fact is that this apparently self-contradictory state has been experienced directly by many men and women throughout history in the mystical experience. Naturally, none are able to adequately translate this back into ordinary language. Words do not exist. They know for certain that in that otherworldly state they knew, but can no longer express it. How do you explain the color red to someone born blind? So you're saying because people have said that it happened, right? And even though they cannot explain it, it still happened, because even if they can't explain it, it's because there's no words in our language for it. and because there's nothing that this relates to. It just feels like a very, very weak argument. It's like, where's the science in saying because people said it happened? Where's the science in that?
It sounds like he's just trying to break down the old is it a euphemism or whatever it's called? Like if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Yes, it does. Even if they're just because we don't see things doesn't mean that they don't exist. But aren't you a little far in the book for him to be making? I feel like that's a very introductory kind of statement.
No, it has taken a lot of different turns, and it makes sense that this comes at this point.
Okay.
But it's just, I feel like it's very weak. So it completely dismisses, and he's not even considering that people who say that they have experienced this, I mean, by the same logic, aliens exist and abduct people. By the same exact logic, aliens abduct people. Because there are men and women out there who swear that it happened to them. So by this logic, just because we have people saying it happened, and it completely dismisses the fact that there
He's
could be
biased.
other. Oh yeah, I mean,
He has a book called The God Theory that reads, in which he says, I offer a genuine insight into how you can and should be a rational, science-believing human being, and at the same time know that you are also an immortal spiritual being as part of God. If you make that statement and you say you should, then you're biased from the beginning. Like you shouldn't do it.
I mean, I'm even if he weren't biased,
he's a scientist. He shouldn't be.
I mean, as a scientist, so okay, this is why I do not think that this is a scientific approach. He is trying to prove his theory. And from my understanding, scientists try to disprove their theory to prove it.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to prove it, and he's not considering anything that would disprove it. And that's why it sits wrong with me most. I think I'm making sense, right? So
yeah, there are people into science who shouldn't be into science because they don't understand science at all. They don't understand science is about being open-minded, not biased, and about being open to proving anything. And being like the main purpose from the moment you start an investigation is to be proven wrong.
I don't think that I would actually just from reading this, I would assume that the author doesn't even know that he's biased. He doesn't know that he has an agenda. It's like a subconscious driving him, and it's the you just hear what you want to hear. So he hears a theory, and this scientific theory fits with his worldview. So obviously, because there's this one scientific theory that supports his worldview is true because that's the scientific theory confirming that his worldview is correct.
That sounds very selective.
But that's exactly how it reads, because he dismisses things left and right. Or as I said, he just builds a theory on a theory on a theory, just by assuming that all of these theories are true without actually looking into if they're not. I mean, maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm reading into it because, as I mentioned in the beginning, I was very skeptical going into this. I think.
Yeah, but there are ways and ways. Like, for example, there's a book by Richard Dawkins, who is one of the loves of my life.
Oh, he referenced
The God Delusion. The God Delusion, but he never says, I state God doesn't exist. even though he tends to atheism, he says, I'm an agnostic because I cannot prove anything.
Yeah.
If I cannot prove it, I cannot say I'm an atheist. So he says, like, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. This is why I think he doesn't. This, and that, and fact, right? But I cannot prove anything. So if it does to you, it's okay.
Well,
And he's a real scientist.
He references that book quite a few times.
Well, I don't think Dawkins would be happy at the references.
Oh, well, honestly, I think he would probably laugh about it because it's kind of
probably.
This is what Dawkins wrote, but Dawkins doesn't consider this and this and this. I'm like, but your arguments are very weak. And they don't make sense. So yeah. I don't know. It's still interesting. It's still an interesting read, but I'm a little bit glad that I'm done with this week's part because I need a break now too. I want to be open and I want my mind to be blown. I'm just happy that I learned a lot about some physics that I never looked into before. When we started the sprint, Nashma said, let's read. Also, are we going to create a Discord group for Das Parfüm? I've never created one, but I think we said last week that we would. I can look into creating a Discord group this week. But yes, we should. I think we agreed on Discord last week, so we're going to do that. But I have no experience with it, so you're going to have to live with a very basic. If it works, it works.
Yeah, to begin with, it's fine.
Read 16 pages. Yay! For 16 pages. Which Batman are you reading?
Death in the Family. It is the death of Robin. That's what it is.
Ouch.
Yeah. Sorry. I was expecting to be a little bit more like punch in the gut, like, oh, Robin, no, but no, goodbye.
I mean, honestly, when you're so distracted by being angry,
Yeah, it ruined the whole experience.
Sorry. I remembered I have an errand to run tomorrow, so I need to get to sleep. You're probably all on sleep tight. Are we doing one more, or are we going to call it a day?
I'm gonna call it a day, just because I still need to go do some painting before I go to bed. So,
I mean, I'm getting sleepy too, so I'm absolutely fine calling it a day too.
I'm fine with anything. I can do whatever I want now. I mean, at least on Sunday. Tomorrow is a bank holiday here, so
nice.
That's really nice.
I need to read 25%, and I've read 11, so I can do it myself in bed. I have no issues with that. If you're tired, it's okay. I'm just happy I have a life now.
I mean, it's, what is it? 2:30? 20 to 3. So I am getting sleepy, and I don't want to stay up too. I woke up really early this morning, and usually when I go out for a hike, it's already past like noon when I consider it. I'm like, I hope I get to the trail early enough. This time I was already on the trail at 1 p.m. That's really early for me. So that means I was up like 9 a.m. I usually sleep until like noon, so that's really weird for me.
I have not slept until noon in years. It's amazing.
I do when it's a weekend and I'm not studying, that I can go to bed around 4. I go to bed around 4 and I wake up at noon. Because that's my perfect time.
Yeah, it has become my perfect time too, and I mean it's just a matter of how the rest of your life functions. So during the week, I start to work between noon and 2 p.m. I have my first meetings around 4 p.m. So I have a lot of time to get started. That's why I sleep until I wake up, and it just working early in the morning doesn't make sense for me because then I'm all tired when my first meetings start. So starting at around noon or afternoon makes the most sense, and then you just get into this rhythm of sleeping. Jocelyn says, I'm going to finish this book before I fall asleep. Yeah, I feel that. And that's how I developed insomnia on top of lifelong sleep disorder. Yeah, I feel that. I just feel like I might really have to lie down in my bed because I am hurting so much. Like my legs, I don't know. That was just stupid.
Maybe not stupid. It's just you're hurting today and you will probably tomorrow, but not the day after. You'll feel better. You'll feel good.
Hopefully. If it was just like hurting where I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna get sore muscles, that would be okay. But it feels like it's not that kind of hurting. It's like more of a not good hurting. More of a like my knees are swollen. They're not swollen, but they feel a little bit like that hurting.
So put your legs up.
Yeah,
on
that's
pillows, and it
that's what
should
I'm
help.
planning.
Or get them, if you have a bath, get them in salted water in the bath. That
In
also
salt
helps.
water.
Like Epsom
Yeah.
salt
Like sea salt.
or sea salt, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've never heard about salt. I just when I
Hot
came
water.
back. Huh?
Hot water with sea salt.
Hot. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's a Latin American thing, but it works very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I've heard cold water, especially like for when your knees hurt, to
Yeah,
cool
but
it.
yes, but if it's blood flow, for example, that is the most common reason for swollen knees and pain in your legs, then that hot water with sea salt is the best thing you can do. And then you just lay in bed with your legs up for a while, and it works very nice. So you can try.
Yeah.
It's not going to harm you.
Yeah. I mean, I did the cold, so when I came back, I put my legs in the pool, and it was the most amazing feeling ever. To just cool my knees. But yeah, I might try the hot. I don't know. It's just that I feel like I cannot move. Getting up is the hardest thing. I hope I just have sore muscles tomorrow because that would feel good. I love like feeling sore after a workout. That's an amazing feeling. But when you feel like you can't move, like I could not. I'm so glad that I don't live that I don't have to do like any stairs in my house because right now I would not physically be able to do like one step.
Well, first time I did exercise after a very long time because I hurt my ankle. I have a sprained ankle, second degree on the outside, first degree on the inside. So beautiful. And I couldn't do exercise for a very long time. And then when I restarted was when the pandemic started, and then lockdown started, and I was like, no, I need to move. So I started doing exercise half an hour every day. The first day, well, the day after the first day, I couldn't walk. I literally was like an old woman. I was like this. Oh. It was horrible. The pain. And I do have a flight of stairs
Oh no.
to go up and down to get out of the house. So you can imagine, right?
Yeah.
No.
Before
Going
you go
down
to
the stairs.
I'll try. I try that. I'll try to stretch.
I should have recorded that. By the way, before we go, I forgot I am vlogging. Wait, if this works, okay. I'm vlogging. Say hi to the vlog people.
Hi, vlog.
Ah, I forgot. Okay.
You guys need to work out
No,
more.
it was just the first day. Like that was the first day I couldn't move because after the injury, it was a long time. I just did therapy, but I couldn't work out because if I did, I was risking a worse injury. So now I work out maybe every day, at least 10 minutes. That's the minimum I do. And then if I can if I have the time, I do like half an hour, 35 minutes. But yeah, that first day was like I was in pain for a week.
Yeah, I do different workouts at home. I always loved walking, and I do want to do like several day walks. I want to do longer things, but at the end of last year, my knee started to hurt, and my doctor said that it's probably arthritis from being overweight for so long, for a couple of years. So even though they recommend walking with arthritis, it was so painful that I didn't know how to do that, and I'm trying to get back into walking. But the first time after that diagnosis that I was out on a trail after 7-8 kilometers, which is what, like 5-6 miles, I suddenly couldn't breathe anymore. So then I literally it felt like pressure on my lungs, and my breath was like like maybe somebody like who has problems with asthma, which I never had, but that scared me so much that I saw that it suddenly sounded like I might have asthma or something. Then I went to my doctor, and I obviously didn't go out on the trail again before getting checked out by my doctor because I was so scared of what it could be. And then after a lot of checks, and not all the checks are possible, they cannot determine what it is. And my doctor now thinks it might be psychological, because she has seen a lot of cases lately with people getting symptoms that are very, very physical, that are very, very random, and that she cannot prove, like, everything that usually works doesn't work. And she gets more and more of these cases, and there's like the doctors overall think that due to the mental strain that the past year has put on us, and the situation that all of a sudden people develop physical things instead of just being mentally ill, I
But
guess.
it's quite common. Somatic disorders exist, and that's what they are.
That happened to me last month. Actually, I went to the doctor because I was like, okay, so my hair was falling out in the back of my head. I was having like bald spots, and the left side of my face, I was getting tremors, and I was like, oh my God, am I gonna have a stroke? What is happening? And then I got some blood work done, and they said that my white blood cell count was extremely high. And so my doctor's like, it's stress-induced autoimmune deficiency. It's beginning to have a physical manifestation. So we need to address what's causing the stress. I'm like, I didn't even think I was that stressed, because I guess it's just been so, what's been happening the past year, and just the extreme working conditions in life has become so normalized.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm stressed. I'm that stressed. I didn't know that I was, but
it's a weird type of stress that you don't feel like it's not something like, oh, I feel so stressed. It's this underlying. It creeps up on you.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what happened to me. And I now that I know that it doesn't stop it from happening. So I was very cautious about getting out on the trail again. I wanted to do it with friends because I was so scared of like my lungs or something happening. So we went, and I was fine. My knees were hurting a little, but just a little. And then I woke up this morning and it felt like I was getting sore. And I was like, yes, let's do that again. And now it does not just feel like sore muscles, it feels like potentially something else. I mean, I'm also scared that I might have arthritis in my hips because my hips start hurting the same way that my knees are hurting, but I'm too scared to go to the doctor because he could confirm it.
Those salts may be actually good.
So
And
for
the legs up.
for the
So
hip.
if I were you, I would do that before going to bed.
Yeah,
Maybe
Epsom salt baths are great. Yeah.
What is Epsom salt baths? Is that like a specific salt?
Yeah, it's not for eating or cooking. It's more what's the word for that? Do you know the word for that? It's
Well,
topical. Is that the word? Because you don't use Epsom salt for eating. You use it for medicinal purposes. So you can probably, if you go to your pharmacy, ask if they have Epsom salt.
Yeah. Well, that's not going to happen before bed because it's almost 3 a.m.
but the other one could, yeah. Like try with
But-
the other one, see how it goes,
Mhm.
and then you make a decision accordingly on what you want to do afterwards. You could do hot, and then as the water gets colder, then it will help you cool also. And then leave the legs up for a
Yeah.
bit before you go to sleep and see how it
I'll
goes.
see if I can still get hot water sometimes
The
during the
legs
night.
should be higher
hot
than your waist. When
I
you
can
put
do
them
that.
up.
I can definitely do that. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Mhm. All right, guys, we gotta head out.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone who's still watching. Thanks for your company. I love the Sunday sprints so much. And I love that I was able to get my week's reading in this one done. So new week, new book.
I'll still be reading this one, but I'll be reading another one I'm very excited about.
Good. What is she going to show us? Ooh,
Oh, that's popular.
very popular. I'm going to be reading something very popular next as well.
Are we sharing what we're reading next? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh!
I'm also reading that one this week. Wait, Cece,
Yes.
tell me, shall we divide it?
Sure.
Where is my next? Hold on.
To read it throughout the week, right?
Sure. We can do
Starting
that.
tomorrow.
Yes, we can do that.
It has 81 chapters, if I'm not wrong, or 82. It's like 80 something plus prologue and epilogue. You that have the physical copy.
Yeah, it doesn't say in here.
Check if there's a number.
Yeah, it's 85, I think. I am so excited for you to read Hero of Ages.
I'm excited for me too.
Did you like the first two?
I did.
I love them. Are you joking? I don't understand why people say the second one ended in a cliffhanger, because I never felt it as a cliffhanger at all. But the beginning, I mean, the prologue of Hero of Ages, I was like, oh,
82 plus epilogue.
82 plus prologue and epilogue. That's 84.
Yeah.
Where's my book? I don't know where. I don't know.
You might just have to say it.
We want to read them in 7 days, right?
Yeah. Steph, what is it that you're reading next? Even if you can't find it, say it.
I can't find my copy, but I'm going to be reading Gideon the Ninth.
Ooh,
I didn't have that one.
that's probably for the week after on my. It's not very high on my plan because it didn't land that high in my first sentence, which is determining my reading order, and it didn't land that high.
Yes, it is worth the
Yes,
hype.
it's worth the hype. Yes, yes, yes. Do it. Trust me. Listen,
Yes.
listen. Wait, I can get on my soapbox.
Yes, please. Magic system is amazing. The world
Oh
building.
my god! It's
Whoa.
so
Characters, the depth at which you get to understand characters is incredible. Like there's no background left out.
Oh my god!
Okay, guys, if Najma loves the Lord of the Rings, I'm wondering if the Final Empire is the best entry point.
I love the Lord of the Rings.
No, I'm wondering if you should go straight into the Way of the Kings.
Oh, I haven't read Way of the Kings yet, so I can't tell you. But I will say that if you haven't read any Brandon Sanderson before, his writing is phenomenal. Like I haven't given anything I've read by him less than 4 stars, and I've been working my way through his books this year. Everything has been 4 to 5 stars. And also that I feel like there's no wasted space in his books because every paragraph, while it may seem irrelevant, serves a purpose. So be very diligent in your annotations because everything will come back up at some point as having some purpose.
And everything will make sense.
Yes.
There's a few short stories that you can read just to get a feel. I think what was the one? The
Also, she can read the language.
Shadow of the Forest, Silence of
Death.
The
Shadows for Silence in the Forests of Hell. That was a good one.
Yeah, and I think it's a good one where you can see a little bit of the writing style, but it's also not connected in a way that it would give anything away.
Yeah.
So
Elantris is good for the writing style and to see how he builds the world and the magic system.
Yes.
I think that gives you a pretty good idea on the pace at which he does that.
And can I just also add that, like, I'm one of those people who does not believe booktube hype. Like, if I hear a lot of other people talking about it, it makes me more weary. You know, just like, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to enjoy it.
Depends on who on BookTube.
It depends on who you follow, right? Yeah. But this is one of those cases where I wish I had started reading this years ago. Like, it's so good.
Najma, another thing that you can do is we might or might not be planning a Wheel of Time read along. And if you read the Wheel of Time with us, that will end with you reading Brandon Sanderson. So by that point, you have just automatically read Sanderson. But I mean, okay, to be fair, that will take a while until we get there. Steph, have you read The Wheel of Time yet?
No, I'm not. That's on my list of I will get to that eventually.
So maybe you want to join us.
I don't think I can fit anything else. My TBR is so
no. Not in June. No.
No, I mean this year in 2022.
Honestly, I would reevaluate that to at least have started the series before the TV show comes out at the end of
November.
The year.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't.
Because honestly, you want to be on the hype train when the TV show comes out.
I'm never on the hype train for anything. I'm the late bloomer for everything.
But this is late anyway. The Eye of the World. When was it published first?
1999 something.
I think it's 80. No, right? 90.
It's the first one. It's been.
I mean, this is not new, Steph.
Yeah, I know.
Late for the party.
No, because you know what? No, you know what I'm doing, which I haven't really announced yet, but I'm doing the SPF. I always forget the acronym. The Science Fiction Indie Awards.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm one of the judges for that, and we have like 30 books to read, starting in It's through the course of a year, but starting in July, the SPSFC, that's what it is. So my TBR is pretty full already.
So yeah, The Eye of the World was 1990.
Where was it originally published as indie?
Huh?
Or was it originally published in a big publisher? I don't know what I'm saying.
I don't know, but I think so.
Originally.
Did you have the opportunity in 1990 not to be published with a big publisher?
Maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
but yeah, I think that I really, really hope that just looking at how the show is being hyped up already, and pretty much for a year before it's being released, they're being put out so much hype, so many like bits and pieces. I just hope that the show isn't one of these, I'm going to binge watch it and then it's all forgotten. They need to release this episode per week to really keep the momentum, like the hype momentum going. I know that the big production companies for like Netflix, Amazon, etc., they're all looking for the next Game of Thrones, but you're not going to get the next Game of Thrones if you release the whole series in a day to binge watch, because you take out the people talking about the episode momentum.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'm really excited to see. Also, I think that the Wheel of Time as well as the Lord of the Rings series are the two series that have the highest production value, the most money pumped in. Like I think they're breaking records in terms of money pumped in. So I'm extremely excited to see. I've watched one video where they said like it's very unusual to put that much money into a first season. It really shows how much they are betting on this one to become something for several seasons. And I think there's a few seasons already confirmed too. So that's really
Whoa.
I'm so worried about the Lord of the Rings Amazon adaptation. My God, they have like $500 million as a budget. Yeah. They put so much, they did so much money on these two series. There's a lot. I'm actually not worried about the Lord of the Rings adaptation at all, because it is not touching on anything that the wider public knows or has already fallen in love with. So there's a lot of freedom in terms of what you do, and without offending people. The Wheel of Time really goes book by book and goes into a story that a lot of people love and characters that a lot of people love. It's similar to the Lord of the Rings, the Jackson films, where you were taking books that people love and really making these into a cinematic experience. I think it's a much, much higher risk than just taking these bits and pieces out of the Silmarillion that they do with the Lord of the Rings show. I'm worried that the new Lord of the Rings becomes something like Star Wars horrible reboot. But it's not. What do you mean reboot? I mean it's not touching on, as far as I understand, it's not even touching on any of the
previous
anything that's written in the 3 books or in The Hobbit. It's not touching on any of that.
Oh.
It's completely playing in a different age. It's completely in a different area. It's touching on things that are in the Silmarillion, but not touching on the main storyline that we know. So that's why I said there's a lot of freedom to explore and make it a completely different thing. So that's why I'm not as worried about it. Obviously, as a hardcore fan, people knowing a lot about the details and a lot about what Tolkien had envisioned and the background ideas, etc., you can still do things wrong but honestly, knowing how, if you put that much money into a production, you damn well make sure that you have fans, like hardcore fans on the production team that make really sure that you're not messing up the lore.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, honestly, when you put that much money into it, and I'm not sure if it's this, if they put the same amount of money into the Wheel of Time, but I think I don't know which one is more, but I feel like it's very, very similar. So you can expect a lot. I'm so excited to see this. I mean, you can do so many things wrong, but everything that they've shown so far from the Wheel of Time looks amazing, feels amazing, and it's also so impressive how the Wheel of Time is so on. It like hits the nerve of our time when it comes to diversity and everything. It's like, how did they write this in 1990 this way, and people who wrote fantasy after this didn't learn from it? It's like, it boggles my mind that somebody could write this inclusively in 1990 and everybody coming after that didn't learn from it. It's like all white people after that. I mean, it's the truth, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
for 20 years, it feels like, if not 30 years, we just have white protagonists in fantasy mostly.
Yeah.
Except if you have a person of color writing it, and then they're not getting published.
Ooh.
Higher. I don't know how much they put into it, to be honest. I just know it's a lot.
All right, guys, I don't mean to cut it short, but I really gotta go. I gotta go.
Yeah, we should. I was about to say, like, we've been trying to say goodbye for an hour, but we talked about the books and then 12 chapters per day, CC. So if you want, we can talk, because I finish it after you. We can talk like the following morning, my morning.
I'm so excited to see your reactions. So are we keeping it up?
So far, like, I've only read the prologue and chapter 1, but I'm like, oh.
It's so good. That first line. That's all I'm gonna say. The first line. Okay. Okay.
All right. Let's finish it at this point. Thanks everyone for being here. I hope to see you again next week. Until then.